the rain outside. "Come in," I said, even though he was already inside. I was so nervous, and I began rushing around and generally fussing with drinks and chairs and frothy conversation about the books on the shelves and Mr. Fitzpatrick's antiques. In a silly way, I suppose I wanted him to be proud of what I had accomplished. Eventually, he put his hand on mine and asked me to sit beside him. I immediately filled the silence with yet more casual conversation, as though we were two complete strangers. "So, where are you staying?" "The Sherborne." Of course, only the best for Armand, or rather, his employers. "What is it? You are not yourself." I took a deep breath. I could no longer put it off. "There's something important I have to tell you, and I just don't quite know how to put it." He smiled. "With words, of course." I returned his smile, but my doubts grew. "You know, I had the impression you were hiding a great secret ever since I met you in England." "Really? Oh, Armand." Did he already know? Perhaps he had come to Ireland for me after all. "One can always tell," he said assuredly. "Can you?" I covered my stomach. "Of course. You found the manuscript you were looking for, didn't you? It doesn't take a genius to work out why you were at Honorsfield. It's something to do with the Brontes, is it not?" My heart sank, but I kept the smile frozen on my face. "Oh, why, yes. You know me too well." I sat there, smiling inanely like an idiot, while he smiled politely back. "Well?" "Well, what?" "Aren't you going to show it to me?" Wasn't I going to show it to him? I repeated the words in my head. It was, after all, the discovery I had been simply dying to tell someone about, and here I was with one of Europe's greatest book scouts, one of a small, select group of people who could truly grasp the significance and sheer luck of my achievement, and yet I hesitated. In that second, my conscience revealed to me the truth I had been trying to not see ever since we'd first met. I didn't trust him. And yet now, here I was, faced with a choice of telling him about the baby or the manuscript. I had to decide what I was willing to risk. I chose the manuscript. "Wait there," I said, as I took the sewing box from the drawer. I insisted we both wear cotton gloves to handle it, and while he examined the notebook, I told him the story of how I found Mrs. Brown in London, and that my last-minute decision to buy this piece of memorabilia resulted in the discovery of Emily's manuscript. He wasn't to know it, but his reaction would decide everything for me. "Non, mais c'est incroyable." "I know," I said, pulling my chair closer to him and delighting in this shared moment. Having studied their letters at Honorsfield, I'm certain this is Emily's penmanship. "Bien sûr, ma belle," he said, kissing me on the lips, and I felt as though I was sitting on a cloud. I'd never been so happy. I would tell him, right away. "Armand, you must let me handle this for you," he said, cutting across me. "I'm sorry?" "I will approach some of my collectors. I also have good contacts at the auction houses. Mon Dieu, where to begin?" He laughed. He was so giddy with excitement. I reached across and took the notebook and sewing box back from him. "There's no need. I'm perfectly capable of making the arrangements." He looked at me rather quizzically. "I have contacts in the rare book world too." I had intended to say it lightly, but I noticed a slight edge to my voice. "But this is of huge Significance, mon Opal. We must achieve the greatest prize for this. It will secure our reputation forever. It was astonishing how quickly he had begun to talk of we and our. The elusive Armand had suddenly found it very easy to commit. I stood up and put the box back in the desk drawer, locking it with a key I replaced in my trouser pocket. I finally understood what it meant to have the wind taken out of your sails. Thank you, Armand, but as you can see, I have been running a successful business for some time now. I found the manuscript, and I will decide what is to be done with it. Besides, I'm not sure it belongs in private hands. It might be of greater value to a museum. Oh, please, you cannot equate this little shop with the real world of rare literary antiquities. Opaline, you must see sense. I did not want to be forced into saying this, but you give me no choice. No serious collector will deal with a woman. Coming from you, they will never believe the provenance of the item, and even if they do, they will know they can undervalue it. Armand revealed all of his true colours in a dazzling display. He didn't think me capable or up to the task because of my gender. I thought we were equals, I said. He stood up and walked towards me, attempting to take my hands in his, but I pulled away. Now you are being ridiculous. Ridiculous? I'm not questioning your ability. I am simply being realistic. It's the world we live in. And you have no interest in changing it, do you? It suits you better to maintain the status quo. That way you can take my success and pass it off as your own. I was shouting now. He had suddenly become ugly to me. The man I had adored for all this time, even though I'd always suspected that he was using me somehow. Why did you come for me at the hotel that day? I can never quite work out why you went out of your way to help me. What are you talking about? I'm not sure you've ever done anything for anyone unless it somehow benefits you. He looked at me as though he wanted to strike me. And the woman inside of me that I was still in the process of becoming raised her chin to him. His eyes burned and his jaw tightened. Perhaps you thought I could be of value to you. Another contact. For the first time I could see how insecure he was underneath that glossy veneer. Because deep down you don't believe you're capable of achieving anything on your own, do you? That's why you charm people into giving away secrets, so you can steal them and make them your own. Ferme ta gueule, salope. I wasn't terribly familiar with French slang, but I knew the word for whore. With that he turned on his heels and walked out, never to return.
Chapter 32. Martha. I woke before dawn. I had tossed and turned all night, and it sounded like the house had too. Something caught my eye in the morning gloom. The ceiling. I reached over to turn on my bedside lamp and looked up. Where the light pendant used to be, at the centre of the room, were now roots. A knot of tiny tendrils was growing out of the hole in the ceiling, like a chandelier. I stared at them for a while until all I could see was their intricate beauty. Each root was made up of tiny, smaller roots, which broke into smaller roots again, all playing a vital role. Suspended, they seemed to search the air for something of value to nourish them. I wanted to reach out and touch them, but jumped when my alarm rang. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I stood behind Madame Bowden, brushing her hair, as she sat regally at her dressing table. The room was gloomy, as she kept the curtains closed to the cold grey morning. Today would be my first day as a student in Trinity, albeit an evening class in literature, and I was, frankly, shitting myself. Dry toast. I thought that was for pregnancy, Good God, you're not pregnant, are you? Of course not. I stole a glance at her reflection in the mirror. It's strange how people can look so different in a mirror. The features seem to shift around, like shadows as the sun passes overhead. Listen to me, Martha. If you're not scared, then you're not living. I wasn't sure I wanted a weird pep talk at that moment, but it was what I got. I pursed my lips, gave her a withering look, and hurried downstairs to make us both some toast before I set off. My mind was frazzled and full of doubts. What if I humiliated myself by not knowing anything? Would I make any friends or end up sitting alone for the entire term? What if? The thoughts were endless. Where had the feeling of strength from the other night disappeared to? Why did my life always feel like 2 steps forward and 3 back? I grabbed my jacket and my new backpack from the hook in the hallway and stopped short by the spot where Shane had tumbled over the banister. I reached out and touched the wooden newel post. It felt smooth and solid under my hands. I tried to breathe deeply into my belly, like that yoga girl on YouTube said. Apparently it helped to calm anxious thoughts. I counted 1, 2, 3. The house creaked softly, and I closed my eyes for a moment. I had an image of a cradle being gently rocked in a bough. Madame Bowden's words returned to me. If you're not scared, you're not living. Up to now, I had never associated fear with anything positive, but maybe there were different kinds of fear. There's only one way to find out. My eyes flew open wide. She was there again, sneaking up on me. What? You're going to miss your bus at this rate. Now shoo! I didn't move and looked at her with pleading eyes. What if I can't do it? What if everyone else is smarter than me? I don't recall you having any doubts about your abilities to work here, and frankly, you were mediocre at the start. Thanks. That really helps, I replied flatly. She pursed her lips and sighed heavily. Tell me, that book you've been reading in the kitchen when you think I'm not looking. Normal People? Yes, that one. Do you like it? I considered her question. It wasn't at all what I expected. I don't know if I liked it as such, but I couldn't stop reading it. Connell and Marianne had also come to feel like real people to me. I was completely invested in their lives. It's good because I feel like I'm a fly on the wall, watching everything happen. And I like that Connell is a country boy, applying to Trinity. I smiled. So the characters are relatable? Yes, that's it. But I get so angry with Marianne. I mean, why would she let people treat her that way? Maybe she thinks she deserves it. The realization was cold and hard. Even I couldn't see why someone would feel so unlovable that they'd accept abuse. I'd been uncomfortable reading her story all along, but at the same time, I felt like I wasn't going through this alone. If it could happen to someone like Marianne, who was wealthy and intelligent, it could happen to anyone. I think it's easy to get confused about what love is when you're young. Even the title kind of suggests that we normalize bad behavior in relationships, or assume that being normal is the most important thing, so we hide all of the ugly stuff that happens to us. I mean, who even is normal, anyway? Congratulations. You've just delivered your first critical review of a book. Now off you go and no more of this nonsense. As I walked down the steps of 12 Halfpenny Lane, I looked back to see her fading reflection in the glass of the living room window. That was how it was when I tried to read her. She was always obscured by the light, rather than illuminated by it, like an overexposed photograph. She was unlike anyone I'd ever met, and maybe that was a good thing.
Chapter 33. Henry. The air felt different somehow, as I got off the bus in O'Connell Street. They say you can never enter the same river twice, and maybe the same was true of countries. The streets were busy, full of people with purpose. As was I. Walking up the steps of number 12, I took a moment to straighten my jacket and gripped the envelope with the letter I'd printed out. I couldn't wait to tell her about Opaline, Sylvia, the book. I tapped the knocker with a firm but not overly assertive force. It's the little things. Oh. Well, you did knock, replied Madame Bowden. Shall I simply close the door again and we can pretend this never happened? No, sorry, I just... Yes? I was expecting to see Martha, that's all. Oh, were you? Despite the fact that you left without a word, you expected the girl to be awaiting your return? Perhaps with a hanky dabbing her moistened eyes? No, of course not. I was completely flustered. Well then, you can walk back the way you came and we'll say no more about it. No, now, hang on. I left a note. Didn't she get it? I felt a bit panicked. She does still live here? The old lady sighed and rolled her eyes, as though I were a puppy soiling her carpet. Oh, I suppose you might as well come through. You're here now. She stood back and I stepped inside, slightly annoyed at, well, everything. This wasn't going how I'd planned. I'm afraid you'll have to fend for yourself if you want tea, she said, arranging herself on the cream sofa, with sprays of flowers forming guard on side tables at either end. Of course, we could always forego the niceties and head straight for the brandy. She nodded towards a little drinks caddy by the fireplace, and I poured us 2 healthy measures of amber liquid. So, why have you returned? Hang on. How do you know who I am? Oh, please, let's not delude ourselves. She told me about you, the scholar chasing after a lost bookshop. I wasn't sure what she saw in you, but now that I can see you in person, she said, adjusting her spectacles, I suppose I can see a certain boyish charm. Is that what attracted your fiancé, Mr. Field? God, she really had told her everything. Do men like you ever realize the hurt you cause, flitting in and out of people's lives? No, I suppose not. That would require some sort of intellect. It appeared that no response was required from me. I was simply to bear witness to my own character assassination by a woman I had just met, and the worst part was that she was terrifyingly accurate in her summation. Except for one thing. I love her. How do you know? Sorry? What is it you love about Martha? Is it how she makes you feel about yourself? Does she boost your, she let her eyes fall here, flaccid ego? Do you get some kind of pleasure out of having 2 women on the go? I know your type, Mr. Field, and let me tell you, my Martha is worth 10 of you. No, you see, that's what I've been trying to tell her. The night we kissed, I knew I had to end things with Isabel, but I owed her more than a phone call. I had to go back to London straight away and explain. I felt ridiculous explaining myself to a complete stranger, but I could see how much she cared for Martha, and that gave us common ground. I've been trying to call Martha ever since, but she must have disconnected her number. My sister just had a baby, and that delayed my return here, but I got back as soon as I could. She seemed to be considering what I had said, and it seemed like an age before she spoke again. Much has transpired since you last saw her. I'm not sure if she'll want to see you. Please, Madame Bowden, you're right. I've never known or understood what it really means to love or be loved. I'm not going to blame my past, but we all have one, and it follows us around like a prison, always keeping us from the person we truly wish to be. Martha is the bravest person I've ever met, and she's inspired what little bravery I have inside to listen to my heart for once. I don't just love her for how she makes me feel. I love her because when she came into my life, it was like the lights came on. Everything suddenly had meaning, and I hope, it was the same for her. We all have crap parts and good parts inside, but when you meet someone who makes you realize that it's all okay, you think, what in God's name did I do to deserve it? All of my life, I've been searching for hidden treasure, fortunes outside of myself. But Martha, she found them in me. I'm not perfect by any means, but I know I want to spend the rest of my life making her smile. So I'm damned if I will let her go without a fight. She swallowed audibly. I was almost shaking with the conviction I felt in that moment. For the first time, I had heard myself speak the truth straight from my heart, and it sounded as clear and bright as a bell. After a pause, she raised her glass, and with a grin, clinked it against mine. "You might just do, I suppose." "Thank you. I know Martha is still married, but—" The look on her face made me stall my glass mid-air. "You might want to take a seat."
Chapter 34. Opaline. Dublin, 1923. Secrets are all very well and good, but having a fake name, a hidden pregnancy, a forgotten manuscript, and forbidden feelings were all making for a very complicated and lonely existence. What compounded my isolation was the constant background fear of Lyndon coming to take everything away from me. It felt as though I were only living a half-life, shrouded in subterfuge. Every time I looked at Emily's manuscript, which was often, I ruminated over the unfairness of my situation. The most amazing moment in my life, and I realized there wasn't a soul I could share it with. Perhaps I could trust Mr. Hannah, but how could I be sure he wouldn't let it slip to the wrong person? It was the loneliness I felt at that moment that spurred me to do something rash. I snatched a piece of paper from the drawer and wrote a hurried letter to Sylvia in Paris. I didn't want to take the usual precaution of sending it through Armand. It felt wonderful and exhilarating to relay my news, and I knew she would not tell a soul without my consent. "I'm going to be a mother," I wrote, before signing off. Knowing that this would not be as exciting to her as the Bronte find, I told her to respond immediately, jotting down my phone number. I sealed the envelope and left it on my desk until I found a chance to walk to the postbox. Just knowing the excitement that Sylvia would share in my news gave me the strength to carry on with my day as normal and delay my decision on what action to take. I had a busy afternoon and found myself tiring easier than usual. A group of students stopped by looking for a publication by a pioneering new writer, Virginia Woolf. When I bent down to find a copy of Night and Day on the lower shelf, I felt faint. The atmosphere was heavy and humid, yet it wasn't until I was about to close the shop that fat raindrops began to splash on the footpath outside, turning it from grey to black. I was replacing some books and tidying the shelves when I heard the bell go. I was surprised to see Mr. Revell standing at the door, his overcoat sparkling with raindrops. "Mr. Revell, what a lovely surprise!" It was a lovely surprise, but I couldn't help wishing it had been Armand. Despite everything, I still hoped he would come and find me, say it was all a big mistake, and that he wanted us to be together after all. But here was a very nice man, and I was determined to at least pretend that I was moving forward. We kissed on both cheeks, and he asked, rather redundantly, if it was all right that he had stopped by unannounced. "Well, of course it's all right. If people didn't stop by unannounced, I'd have no customers at all," I said, ushering him in. He took a moment to breathe in the atmosphere of the shop, then turned to me with a meaningful look. "Mademoiselle Grey, your shop is like a treasure chest." Normally I batted any kind of compliments aside. It didn't do to court approval. Yet his words meant very much to me at that moment, on many different levels. I offered to make some tea, and left him to browse the shelves. As I carried the tray up the stairs from the kitchen, I called out to him. "In fact, your timing couldn't be more perfect, Mr. Revell. I'm celebrating some very exciting news." I thought perhaps we should be drinking champagne instead of tea, and was about to ask his opinion, when I realized that the door was wide open, rain pouring in, and no trace of Mr. Revell. I put the tray down on my desk and went to look up and down the street. But he was nowhere to be seen. I closed the door and shook my head, mystified. Then I glanced towards the desk, and my heartbeat slowed, then speeded up. The letter I had addressed to Sylvia was gone. I searched the floor in case it had fallen, but it was nowhere to be seen. I covered my mouth with my hand, my breath ragged against my fingers. What had I written? The book. The baby. Who was Mr. Revell? Was no one to be trusted now? Were they all working for my brother? I had to leave, and I had to do it quickly. It is strange how seemingly inconsequential conversations suddenly take on the mantle of fate and destiny when cast in a new light. I had been exchanging delightful letters with Mabel Harper, a woman who wrote an amusing column for the newspapers about her and her husband's life and travels. Her husband just happened to be none other than Lathrop Colgate Harper, a successful rare book dealer and authority on medieval manuscripts. She had suggested on numerous occasions that I travel to New York and visit the infamous Book Row. And now that I had the money to do it, I decided to waste no time. I rushed out to the travel agents on Dollier Street, and just made it before they closed. I booked my ticket for a crossing from Cove to New York on the White Star Line 2 days hence. I would travel to Cork in the morning and stay overnight there, before taking the tender out to the steamship bound for America. My hand shook as I signed the cheque, and the man behind the counter asked if I was quite well. I caught sight of my reflection in the window, and saw a pale face with a hunted expression. I would not ignore my instincts this time. Lyndon had found me. Perhaps he had been intercepting my letters all along. After all, what use was Armand? He clearly had no loyalty to me. I left the office and headed straight for the bank. "What's happened?" Matthew asked, dismissing his secretary and leading me into his office. I was so touched by his concern for me and the baby, and felt once again that familiar pull towards him. His kindness was a stark contrast to all of the other men in my life. But I could no longer entertain any feelings of weakness, hoping to be saved. I had to save myself. "I want you to keep something safe for me." I reached into my bag and removed the sewing box, contents still intact. "What is it?" I wasn't sure whether he would be better off not knowing, but I couldn't help myself. I steadied my breath and spoke as slowly as I could. "I don't have much time, but I believe that I have found—" Sharp inhale. "Emily Bronte's second novel. Well, not a novel, but a manuscript. Well, part of it, at any rate." I stood there, like a bow, waiting for the arrow to land. It did not. "Did you hear what I said?" Yes, but I thought she only wrote one novel. Wuthering Heights, wasn't it? I sighed. It was always difficult to deal with civilians. Precisely, Matthew. That's what everyone presumed. But I now believe I have proof that she was writing a second. This could change the literary landscape as we know it. He finally began to understand the enormity of the discovery. Good Lord, Opaline, this is fascinating. It is, I agreed, shaking my head vigorously. You're the first person I've been able to tell. But there's something else. Why are you giving it to me? Matthew asked. I'm going away for a while, and it's too valuable to leave it in the shop. Oh, I see. He gave me a concerned look, reading my expression, no doubt. You are the only person I can trust. You're shaking, he said, taking my hands in his. It's just the cold, nothing more. I had to leave. Matthew had his own family to protect. I had to protect mine. I slipped my hands out of his and gave him my brightest smile. I'll be back for it soon. Just keep it safe until then, I said, and rushed out of the office before I started to cry. I felt so lonely at that moment, but I had to be strong. When I returned home, something still didn't feel right. My books were silent around me, as though holding their breath. I struggled down the stairs to my flat. Had it gotten narrower, or was I simply becoming plumper? It felt as though the very fabric of the building was contracting around me. I needed to sleep. I was so very tired. But I still had to pack. I decided I would just lie down for a moment, and drifted off whilst humming to the baby. I woke up to a bright light in my face.
Chapter 35. Martha. 1st of February, St. Bridget's Day. I wanted to get out of the house and get out of Dublin. One thing you miss in a big city is the big sky of the countryside. But what I missed most were the storms that would blow in off the Atlantic on the west coast and drown out all the painful voices in your head. It was no day for the beach. The weather was freezing, with actual frost on the window when I woke up, but I was determined. I brought a flask of hot chocolate with me and took the Dart out to Sandy Cove, a small horseshoe-shaped beach. The sun was rising just as I walked past the Martello Tower, casting a pink glow all around. It was beautiful, but also bitterly cold. Thankfully there was no wind, and the water's surface looked calm enough to walk upon. I used to swim in the sea at home, but I stopped when I married Shane. Like so many other parts of my life, it just fell away as though it didn't matter. As though I didn't matter. There were a few other people who had the idea of welcoming the first day of spring with a baptism in the sea. At least, it was spring according to the Celtic calendar, marking the transition from one season to the next. I stood and watched for a while as some bathers walked purposefully into the water and never hesitated, while others inched their way slowly. I couldn't decide which approach was better. There was no way of avoiding the shock and the pain of the cold. Perhaps it was better to get the hard part over with quickly and reach the exhilaration of having mastered your own senses and the environment. That was why we were all doing this, I thought, to prove something to ourselves, that we could do something so physically uncomfortable in order to feel our own sense of power. Or something. I should have felt more powerful now that Shane was gone. But I didn't. I felt numb. I felt guilty. I didn't feel as though good had triumphed over evil. There were no winners, only wounded people picking up the pieces of their broken lives. I would never know why Shane came into my life, why I was fated to live that experience. I often wondered if there was something I had done wrong to deserve it. but in my book, A Place Called Lost, the author believed that every hardship in life was a key to some greater understanding, and it was up to you, if you chose to use it, to unlock the future or bolt the door. I inhaled deeply and looked out towards the horizon. The tips of the grey clouds glowed peach, and the freezing water was mercurial, save for a golden strip that sparkled in the sunlight. I didn't want to bolt the door. I wanted to open it. I unbuttoned my coat and pushed off one boot and then the other. I kept undressing, as though hypnotized by the view, and I walked, like one of those purposeful people, straight into the freezing water. I never hesitated. I kept going, emitting occasional squeaks of disbelief. Could it really be this cold? Squeak! Am I really doing this? Squeak! Will I keep going? Squeak! When the water reached my bum, I thought I would scream like a banshee, but somehow that squeak only happened internally. The moment had come. The momentum carried me, and I dove down into the blue, my arms powering through the water and my legs kicking. I didn't stop until my blood was pumping loudly in my ears, and I felt a little less like dying. "Wow!" I shouted eventually, spotting an older man swimming nearby. "Yeah, bit chilly," he said with a wink. "Just a bit." I was treading water, looking back at the little cove where more people were arriving and undressing. One person in particular caught my eye. He was pushing his hair back off his face and stamping his feet to beat away the cold. I didn't hesitate. I began swimming back and strode out of the water to where he stood and walked straight into Henry's arms. He unzipped his jacket and pulled me in, wrapping me up tight. For the first time I could remember, I felt as though I was exactly where I wanted to be. I lifted my head, and without even opening my eyes, my lips found his. The warmth of his mouth was so inviting and soft that I almost forgot we were on a public beach. I just wanted to be with him, then and there. "You taste salty," he said. I just smiled at him and reached my hand up to his jaw, letting my fingers run along his stubble and the dimples in his cheek, as though I were mapping out the territory of my new home. I kissed him again, and when I opened my eyes, it was snowing. "I've never been on a beach when it's snowing," I said, suddenly feeling the cold again. "It's so beautiful." "Beautiful," he said, never taking his eyes off me. He held my towel around me while, with as much awkwardness as is possible for one human being, I tugged off my damp swimming costume and forced my arms and legs back into my clothes. I could feel him staring at my back, but he never said anything. "How did you know where to find me?" "Madam Bowden told me you were at Joyce's tower." "Joyce's tower?" Henry pointed back towards the round tower behind us, the stone now turned grey with snowflakes all around. "That's what I wanted to tell you. Sylvia Beach was here. There's a museum inside and she came to Dublin to open it. She met with Opaline." His excitement almost broke my heart. Was that the only reason he had come back? For Opaline and that damned manuscript? I stepped back from him and shook my head in disbelief. How stupid I was to think that he was here for me. I stuffed my towel into my bag and sprinted towards the stone steps to get back to the train. One was just arriving and I jumped on it before he had a chance to catch up. I saw him shouting and waving as the train pulled away, but I couldn't understand, although I knew too well what rejection felt like.
Chapter 36. Henry. I got very, very drunk. I was having a dream about Isabel. She was extremely cross about something and kept shouting at me to wake up. I tried to ignore her. I didn't want to wake up. Then her accent changed to a thick Dublin brogue. "Are you all right there, love?" said the woman in front of me. She was kneeling on the ground, which must have meant I was on the ground too. I rubbed my eyes wide. No, it wasn't a dream. I didn't recognise her. She had dark hair and was wearing a puffy jacket, which seemed strange. Had I fainted? That was when I became aware of the sound of the traffic. I was outside, on the street, lying in a heap of rubbish. "Where am I?" I asked. "Thank God. Will I call you an ambulance?" "What? No, of course not." I attempted to get to my feet, but as soon as I moved, I felt a splitting headache over my right eye. Instinctively, my hand went to touch it, and when I felt a dampness on my fingertips, I realised I was bleeding. "He looks fairly battered, doesn't he, Marie?" Great, I had an audience. I tried to retrace my steps, but all I found were blank spaces. Why was I feeling so unbelievably ill? I heaved myself upright against the steps beside me. "A smell of drink off him," I heard the woman say, "like a brewery." Oh, God. That's when it all started coming back to me. The pub, the whiskey, the blokes who came in to celebrate their friend's last night as a bachelor, the bet that they could drink me under the table, the whiskey, the sing-song. Had I sung Molly Malone? Standing on a chair? Oh, God. Smoking a joint with someone outside on the street. Then some other people, they thought he owed them money. Me explaining I'd only just met this guy. Then the punch in the face, the rubbish bin being dumped on me, repeatedly. "Thank you, ladies. I think I'll be perfectly fine in a minute. Just need to get my bearings," I groaned, as I held onto the railings and stood, swaying, adjusting to the daylight. "Are you sure, love?" I wasn't really sure of anything. When I'd returned to the B&B, Nora's husband Barry had told me how Martha had called by, looking for me. He'd told her I'd packed up and gone home to England. The idiot! If only his wife had been there, she would have told Martha I was coming back. And now she wanted nothing to do with me. I'd upended my entire life to be with her, and now she wouldn't even see me. I took a few tentative steps, wincing with the effort. I looked up and saw the street sign. Halfpenny Lane. I was right outside her house. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't show up looking like this, and besides, she had made her feelings abundantly clear. The decision was taken out of my hands when I saw her pulling the curtains at the front window. She looked out, disbelieving, and bent down to get a better look. Then her hand went to her mouth. I tried to wave with my good hand. She disappeared back into the shadows and reappeared at the front door. "What in God's name has happened to you?" I believe I had a disagreement of sorts." She gave me a look of pity, which, under these circumstances, I was willing to accept. She brought me inside and down the steps to the kitchen at the back of the house. She pulled out a chair for me at the kitchen table and then searched in a cupboard for some first-aid paraphernalia. "How did you end up here?" "Honestly, I have no idea. I may have been slightly inebriated." She arrived back at the table with a bowl of warm water, cotton wool, a tub of some odd-smelling cream, and plasters. Neither of us spoke while she went about her work. I let my eyes close, and permitted myself, for these moments at least, to imagine that everything was okay, that she did still have feelings for me, that somehow it would work out. "Will I live?" I asked sheepishly, as she began to clear the things away. It was torment to watch her lithe figure in simple leggings and a t-shirt, imagining how good it had felt when she was in my arms on the beach. I ached to hold her again. She looked back at me from the sink with a welcome grin. "I think so." "Thank you for all of this," I said. It's nothing. I've had practice. I didn't know what to say about her husband's death. About any of it. So I did what we field men did best. I changed the subject. You know, before you came, I used to stand out there for hours, I said, gesturing up to the bare patch of land just visible from one of the kitchen windows. I used to think that maybe I'd find some kind of clue, an imprint of the building, like when there's a drought in the summer and farmers find crop circles on the land. I don't know, I was just so sure. I wonder if people are like that, she said, sitting back down at the table. I shook my head in bewilderment. Like, if you can still see the outline of who they were, you know, before? Wow, I don't know. I hope so. I took her hand in mine, and for a moment she let me hold it, before pulling it away. I'm sorry, Henry, but I just can't. But if only you'd got my note, or if that idiot at the B&B had told you I was coming back. It doesn't matter now. Madame Bowden explained about the note, but it's not even about that. I can't risk this. She pointed to the space between us, whatever it was. I have to find my crop circles. I smiled. Only she could make breaking my heart sound so charming. I had to respect her wishes. God knows her husband hadn't. Yet, I didn't have the strength to get up and walk out of there without her. And I know you'll find your manuscript, she said, with a sadness in her voice. You'll tell me if you do, won't you? Of course, I said, remembering that I still had a printout of the letter from Opaline in my pocket. Actually, I had wanted to show you this, I said, taking it out. I explained how I had contacted Princeton to search through Sylvia Beach's archives, just as she had suggested. It's thanks to you, really. I handed it to her. She read the last paragraph aloud. Thank you once again for taking copies of my book with you. After all those days stocking the shelves at Shakespeare and Company, it's amusing to think my book will be there too now. Maybe one day she will find me. She wrote a book, she asked, after some moments had passed. Sounds like it. But the real question is, what happened to her?
Chapter 37. Opaline, Dublin, 1923. The journey seemed to go on for hours. We travelled unfamiliar roads that jolted the back of the car, and me with it. I cradled my belly, instinctively protecting my little one within. It was dark when he'd pulled me from my bed, and even though I knew what was happening, and had long been expecting it, it felt like an out-of-body experience, as though it were happening to someone else. Where are we going? I asked again and again. Lyndon ignored the question. Are you taking me to see Mother? I assumed that, having found me in the family way, I would have to face the wrath of a formal excommunication from the family. In case you didn't notice, I have a business to run. Surely the man you had following me told you that. The one who stole the letter. Mr. Revell. I cannot leave the shop unattended and swan off to England. We're not going to England. He spoke with a calmness I found even more disconcerting than if he had shouted at me. All I could see were the leather gloves he wore, gripping the steering wheel, and the side of his face. The bad side, that seemed to melt downwards. I thought perhaps we were driving south, to take the ferry from there. But now that I focused on the road signs, I realised we were driving west. Where are you taking me? I asked again, turning and looking out the back window. Lyndon, stop the car now and let me out. Still he made no sound. Lyndon, I said, and began shaking his arm. I didn't anticipate his quick movements. He swung his arm back and elbowed me in the face. The pain rendered me silent. I cupped my nose as it began to bleed. I had no tissue, and had to use my sleeve. "We're almost there at any rate," he said, as though we were having a casual conversation. I didn't speak again. Didn't trust my voice not to quiver. I wouldn't let him see that I was afraid. The landscape outside was dull and brown, bare trees, dying grass on the verges. And then, out of nowhere, 2 stone pillars and a wrought iron gate. A man appeared, from the trees it seemed, and opened it. The car rattled over the cattle grid and sped up a short drive which led to a square grey building. It looked like a monastery, with a small church off to the left. There were 2 black cars parked near the entrance, and Lyndon pulled up beside them. He got out and opened my door for me. I did not move. After a moment he grabbed my arm and pulled me out. There was a woman in a nurse's uniform waiting for us at the door. I looked askance at Lyndon, who still had hold of my arm. I had heard about mother and baby homes in Ireland, a place where unmarried mothers were sent to have their babies in secret by their families. More often than not, the child was taken away and adopted by a respectable family. I pulled away from Lyndon, but the nurse saw this and grabbed my other arm. "No, no," I screamed. It was all I could say. A primal demand for escape. I was bundled into a room. A man was sitting behind a giant mahogany desk. He looked friendly, or so I thought, and I began pleading with him immediately. "Please, you must understand, I am a woman of means. I own my own business, and the baby's father left an income," I said. "My brother has brought me here against my will." "Opaline, let's not entertain this charade any longer. Doctor, the bastard child was conceived out of wedlock, and this husband she speaks of is a pure fabrication." I was stunned into silence. The man walked out from around his desk and shook my hand politely. "Please, Miss Carlyle, just take a seat and rest. Polly, can you bring the Carlyles some tea? They must be tired after their journey." The nurse disappeared, and Lyndon sat down in one of the straight-backed chairs. I wanted to run out of there, but I didn't stand a chance with 2 men blocking my way, and so I also took a seat. "Your brother has informed me that you haven't been feeling well recently. Not quite yourself. Would you agree?" "Absolutely not. I have not seen my brother in years, and his sole interest in my affairs is born of malice and jealousy. As you can see, Doctor, she is still suffering from these delusions," said Lyndon, in the most sympathetic tone I had ever heard him employ. "It has been clear to me for some time that she is not capable of managing her own affairs, and so I shall be taking over the little shop with immediate effect." My head whipped around, and my eyes burned at the sight of him. "You read about the manuscript in the letter, didn't you? You know its worth. That's why you've come for me now. You couldn't care less about the baby. You are a jealous, spiteful little man." I turned back to the doctor. "He is determined to destroy everything that I have worked for, to ruin my reputation and claim what's mine." I spoke so fast that there was spittle at the corner of my mouth. I had to make this man understand who Lyndon truly was. The 2 men merely exchanged knowing looks. "Wait a moment, who are you? And what is this place?" "I am Dr. Lynch, and this is the Connaught District Lunatic Asylum." I was sure I had misheard. "I don't understand. Lyndon?" My brother stared straight ahead of him. Dr. Lynch leaned forward and put his elbows on the desk, making a steeple of his fingers and resting his chin on the tip. Your brother has brought you here because he is concerned for your welfare, Opaline. You seem to be suffering from what we term puerperal insanity, a type of psychosis that can develop in pregnant women, causing them to become violent to themselves and others. She tried to attack me in the car on the way here, Lyndon said, looking every inch the victim. You lying bastard! I screamed. I stood up to go, but the nurse had returned, and displaying extraordinary strength, restrained me in her arms, and forced me back into the chair. Please try not to upset yourself, Opaline. I tried to free myself, but it was pointless. The woman had me in a vice-like grip. My breath was short and ragged, like a trapped animal. It was then that I realized Lyndon had set the entire thing up. He knew how I would react, and that my anger would only serve his purpose, to make me look unhinged. An angry man was dominant. An angry woman, on the other hand, must have lost her grip on sanity. I vowed to keep quiet after that, and focus on regaining my breath. Your sister does seem to be suffering from some type of persecution complex, as you stated in your letter. This was it. They had already begun talking as if I wasn't there. Any argument on my part would be seen as further evidence of a fraying mental state. My head lolled onto my chest as my body seemed to collapse in on itself. With one fell swoop, all of the energy left me. I'm sure you understand, Dr. Lynch. My family can't risk this kind of scandal getting into the papers. Opaline's lifestyle has long been a source of embarrassment to our mother, but this, Lyndon said, gesturing to my pregnant belly. Well, it really is too much to bear. Indeed, it is this century's loss of morality that has led to so many ills. The doctor agreed, in deference to my brother, the war hero. He assured Lyndon that a stay in their asylum would cure me of whatever it was they both found so distasteful in my character. Now, if you'll just sign this committal form and release the agreed-upon funds, we will give your sister the appropriate care. With a great will of effort, my breathing had slowed, and I was able to connect with some deep, primal part of my being. There would be no escape today, that was certain. But I could use my wit and intellect to convince this doctor over the coming days that I did not belong in this place. I did not know then that half the women already incarcerated had attempted the same futile exercise. I should have realized they did not listen to women. The female sex was a curio for them, something to be studied but not understood, a nuisance to be controlled. The nurse led me away from the doctor's office and down the hall, a firm grip on my arm. Away from the public areas of the building, the aesthetics changed. What struck me immediately was the bareness of the place. Nothing on the walls, which were painted a sickly green. And the smell of bleach made me want to retch. I was taken to my room, although they might as well have called it what it was, a cell. 2 iron-framed beds. It appeared I would not be alone for my incarceration, and I could not decide if this was a good or a bad thing. Were the only things in the room. There was a high window that I would have to stand on the bed to see out of, although I noted that there were bars on it, should any notion of escape cross my mind. I need the bathroom. There's a basin under the bed, the nurse said, still with a tight grip of my arm. I didn't fight her off. In truth, I could not have stood without her aid. I felt nauseous, and asked for some water. This isn't a hotel, she replied, vexed at my audacity to speak. You'll hear the bell for supper, and you can follow the other women down to the hall. With that, she let go of my arm unceremoniously shoved me into the room and slammed the door behind me. I heard the key turn just as I slid down the wall, no longer able to stand. I lay on the floor that night, as though climbing into bed would signal that I had accepted my fate. I must have fallen into an exhausted sleep at some point, because I woke to the sound of shrieks and whimpering coming from the other inmates, or patients. Did it matter? I didn't belong here, and I had to break free. But how could a pregnant woman escape a place like this? It was physically impossible. I whispered Matthew's name over and over. He would come and find me, surely. Somehow. I knew he would. I couldn't stay here. Everything will look brighter in the morning, I told my little bump. But this time, I didn't believe it.
Chapter 38. Martha. The solicitors had sent over the contracts for signing. The sale had gone through quickly, and after the bank and agent fees were paid, I was left with the guts of €20,000. The property market was booming again, and I had sold at just the right time, according to the agent. I saw the figures on paper but couldn't believe that it would actually be mine, in my bank account. I would be able to afford a full-time course in university, if I wanted it. I wasn't sure what I wanted. When you've always had nothing, it's hard to know how to react when a windfall comes your way. I needed more time to decide, and, while I did, I wanted to stay in the one place where I had felt safe since leaving Shane, in Halfpenny Lane. I took Madame Bowden her afternoon tea in the garden. She had been looking a bit pale of late, and said the air would do her good. "Are you any good at card games?" I groaned inwardly as she pulled a deck of cards from her pocket, as if by magic. "Other than Snap?" "Your generation has no idea how to pass the time other than staring at your blasted phones." She was right. I had been staring at my phone a lot. Ever since I'd told Henry that I couldn't be with him, I'd taken to reading all of the old messages we'd sent each other. And when I wasn't doing that, I was daydreaming about the day we'd kissed. I was glad just knowing that he was back. Life had been so dull without him. Dull was okay. I knew how to deal with dull. But when you've had a taste of magic, it's hard to be satisfied with the ordinary again. 25s. That one's easy enough, she said, dealing out 5 cards to each of us, and turning the top one on the pack right side up. Now, hearts are trumps. Okay, I said. They sure are. As time passed and the sun slanted on different parts of the garden, highlighting plants I didn't know the names of, I wasn't much closer to figuring out the rules of the game. I just took her word for it and found that the physical act of shuffling and choosing cards to put down was sort of calming. My thoughts began to form around things I wouldn't normally let myself think about. God, I hated being back in that town, I said, thinking back to the funeral and placing an ace on the table. Oh, you've won! Have I? I looked down and felt a rare moment of joy for joy's sake. She marked it down on a piece of paper. I always felt like an outsider there, I continued, shuffling the deck. I mean, people always thought I was a bit strange anyway, me and my mother. The kids at school used to think we were witches, how we could communicate without words, and they definitely didn't like when I started reading them. Whatever do you mean, reading them? I silently cursed myself. How had I let that slip? I'd got distracted by the silly card game. I looked up at her face, her countenance alert. She'd done this on purpose, tricked me into saying more than I'd wanted to. Oh, you just get a gut feeling about people. Intuition, some might say, she said, motioning that I should deal the cards again. Yes, something like that. Can you read me? I considered her for a moment. After our initial meeting, I thought I knew all I needed to know about Madame Bodin. All I wanted was safety, and I knew she would not harm me. But her question jolted me, and I wondered if perhaps she had been hiding something in plain sight all along. You are testing me for something, although I'm not sure what. Well, that doesn't sound like a mind reader. What else? I hesitated. How could I say this without hurting her feelings? Come on, I won't break. I blinked. Was she reading me? You are very, very old. Older than you seem. And you are afraid that you will be forgotten about. You're waiting for someone, aren't you? Someone to take care of. Yes, well, that's quite enough of that. She folded her hands on her lap and looked at a blackbird splashing in the bird bath. See? People don't like it when you tell them things that you shouldn't really know. She sighed heavily, then cocked her head to one side. I underestimated you. I won't do that again. I supposed that was a compliment, and I nodded. Being an outsider can be a good thing, she said, returning to our previous conversation. You think? It seems to me it would have been much easier if we could have just fitted in. Heaven forfend, Martha. Conformity is a death sentence. No, my dear, you must embrace what makes you stand out. That's what they despise. It's the circle of hell in this life, blaming children for being who they are, because we were blamed and our parents before us. If you're not harming anyone, why try to change who you are? I don't know. I never thought of it that way. All I know is that I feel so angry with myself all the time. Like I'll never be good enough for them, so why even try? Good enough for whom? For people who are trapped in a life that is not of their own making? Surely you can see that they merely want you to be trapped with them, so they will feel less alone in their emptiness. Be careful, Martha. You'll become blind to your own value if you keep looking through the eyes of the bourgeoisie. That night, after I showered and looked once more at the story inked on my back, I thought about what Madame Bodin had said. I knew it as soon as I arrived in Halfpenny Lane, but I kept trying to deny it. I could feel the very fibres of the building getting under my skin, filling my head with ideas of a future I would never have dared to dream about. Yet when I saw Opaline's letter to Sylvia, I knew that the book she referred to was the one that had been given to me. Was it all somehow linked to Madame Bodin? All I had were questions, and the only person I could talk to about it was Henry. Could we be friends? The idea made me feel so sad. But I couldn't see any other way. I couldn't risk losing myself again, not when I'd fought so hard to rebuild my life. As I lay in bed reading one of the books on my literature course, Persuasion by Jane Austen, I noticed more books lying flat on the branch that had flattened out as a shelf. The words emblazoned on their spines were almost golden in the lamplight. Dear Reader, by Kathy Rensenbrink, Never Let Me Go, by Kazuo Ishiguro, and Flowers in the Attic, by V.C. Andrews. Gosh, did Madame Bodin really think I could manage all of this extra reading? I looked back down at the page I was reading. I couldn't let myself get distracted, as I had to finish it before my next class. My curiosity wouldn't let me be, and I looked up again, only this time certain words seemed to stand out more than others. Dear Reader, go in the attic. I held my breath and pressed the book I was reading to my chest. This was properly spooky. I looked at the clock. A minute past midnight. I looked back at the books and they seemed perfectly normal and harmless once again, no word more luminous than the rest. There was no secret message at all. I should just ignore it, I told myself, figuring my eyes were tired and seeing things that weren't there. Intuition, Madame Bodin had called it. Maybe ignoring it had been the problem all along. I slipped my feet into my sneakers and pulled around me the old cardigan that doubled as a dressing gown. I didn't want to turn on the hall light upstairs. I knew Madame Bodin was a light sleeper, and as a result I stubbed my toe on the last step to the top floor. I silently cried out in pain, and at being gullible enough to believe the books were telling me something. But was it gullible? I was wearing a tattoo on my back, half of which I didn't put there. I came to a small door at the highest point of the building and had to crouch down. I pushed and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. I searched fruitlessly at the top of the architrave for a key, finding only dust. It was pointless. There was nothing I could do in the dark. I made my way a little more carefully down the stairs, and as I trod softly past her bedroom door, the lady of the house called out. "Is that you, Martha?" "Yes, just—" Shit, what could I say? "There's a spider in my toilet, so I had to use the one up here. Sorry." I waited for a reply, but after a few seconds I kept on going. Just before I reached the ground floor, it came. "You're a terrible liar, Martha."
Chapter 39. Henry. "Are you still there, Mr. Field?" I put the pillow over my head and shouted some obscenities into it before returning to the phone call. "I just need a bit more time, that's all. You got the initial draft, right?" Yes, indeed, and it's a very promising premise. But the problem is, Derek, the head of department, was a decent bloke, and he had tried to break it to me gently. The problem was I couldn't accept what he was telling me. "The problem is that you've produced absolutely nothing to back it up, Henry." He was right. I knew he was right. An old letter discussing the possibility of a second Bronte novel was just hearsay. I had no real hard evidence. "I'm sorry, Henry, but they've pulled your funding." "What?" "Look, I tried to fight your corner, but this isn't the first wild goose chase you've been on, is it?" Oh, good. A healthy dose of humiliation to boot. I thanked him for calling and delivering the bad news himself, rather than in a letter. Then I shouted into the pillow some more. I'd spent years chasing down leads, trying to find that one missing manuscript that would make my name. Yes, I had attributed short stories or essays written under pseudonyms to their rightful owners, uncovered interesting letters between significant players in the literary world, and handled countless texts discovered by rare book specialists. But as yet, I still had not achieved that one big discovery. This was my chance. I could feel it. I'd let myself become completely distracted by my emotions, and this was the result. Martha had made her feelings on the subject perfectly clear, and if I was to salvage what was left of my career, I was going to have to throw myself into the search 100%. I took out my laptop and propped myself up in bed. Trance music always helped me to focus. Something about the repetitive tones and beats made me feel like I was moving, even when I was sitting still. I was going to get to the bottom of this mystery, one way or another. I had already contacted Rosenbach's estate for confirmation that the letter was not a forgery. They had employed a handwriting specialist and fobbed me off with delays. Either way, if he had obtained the manuscript, surely the whole world would know about it by now. No, I had to get back to Opaline and find out what happened to her and why she claimed to possess Emily Bronte's lost manuscript. I heard a tap on the door, and assumed that if I kept quiet enough, Nora would presume I had gone out. "I can smell the drink from here," she said. I got up to open the door, and saw her standing there with a tray, carrying a steaming cup of tea and a toasted bacon sandwich. "You truly are a remarkable woman." I took the tray from her and brought it inside. "What in God's name happened to your face?" "Oh, that, yes. I'd almost forgotten, what with having my reputation broken and my heart smashed to pieces." Are you okay, Henry?" "Never better." "It's only, I'm worried about you." It really had come to something when a stranger had fears for your sanity. I had to get a grip. Fast. I assured her I'd be right as rain, and, after tucking into the food, I returned to my laptop and began researching everything I could about the Carlyle family. The father was a civil servant who had married a wealthy heiress. Both children attended fine schools, and there was ample information on Lyndon's career in the army. As before, all records of Opaline seemed to just stop, except for a small newspaper announcement of the wedding of Jane Burridge to Lord Findlay. Opaline Carlyle was named as the maid of honour. As much as it pained me to think of Martha at all, I remembered what she said about getting to know Opaline by the women in her life. Surely they must have been friends. I took a large mouthful of cold tea and turned up the volume of the music before deep diving into the life and times of Lady Jane. This was my happy place, researching people who are long dead and forgotten by the world at large, as though the very act of my shining a light on them would somehow bring them back to life for a fleeting moment. That's what had really inspired me to enter the world of rare books in the first place, uncovering the amazing lives and stories of the people who had gone before us. People who cared every bit as much about the day-to-day trivialities of life as we do. People living through some of the most amazing times whilst being wholly unaware of the significance. Something about piecing all of these things together calmed my mind. Maybe it was a comfort to know that my life was just a page in the great history book of human endeavour. It relieved some of the pressure to be someone, or something of importance. That feeling would last until I saw one of my peers being awarded some bursary or other, or another who wrote a best-selling tome on the discoveries of some obscure collectors from the past. I was cursed with that most enduring of human desires, to make my mark. After hours of trawling through births, deaths, charity events and social engagements, I found a letter to the editor of an Irish newspaper, dated 1930. Dear Sir, I am writing out of a sense of desperation, as my entreaties to all and sundry on this issue have gone ignored. I wish to draw your attention to the deplorable state of the country's asylums. Women who are as sound of mind as you or I are being involuntarily committed to these institutions without proper examination, and being kept in the most horrendous conditions that are far below the standards of common human decency. My dear friend is being held against her will in such a place, in the province of Connaught, and despite letters to the government, I have been prevented from having her examined by my own independent physician. We need a root and branch investigation into these establishments as a matter of urgency. Yours, Lady Jane Findlay. It was so out of the ordinary for an English lady to write such a letter, and to an Irish newspaper to boot. Why would she have done it? It didn't mention who the friend was, but my senses were tingling. Opaline's letter to Sylvia Beach spoke of being incarcerated. Was it possible that she had been placed into an asylum? I would have to find records of how many asylums there were in Ireland at the time, and where. I needed coffee. I needed Martha. The coffee would have to do.
Chapter 40. Opaline. For those precious few seconds before I opened my eyes, I had forgotten where I was. My mind told me that I was at home in bed, but my body knew different. I was freezing, and the rough blanket around me was not my own. I opened my eyes, and the horrible truth was confirmed. It hadn't been a bad dream. I was incarcerated at the hand of my brother. I heard boot heels resounding heavily down the uncarpeted hallway, like a small army on the march, and my door clattered open. 6 o'clock, time to get up, a nurse announced, without looking me in the eye. She opened the window and let the freezing cold air in. Rationally, I knew it was useless to plead my case with her, but emotionally I couldn't help but beg for my freedom. Please, I have to speak with Dr. Lynch. This has all been a big mistake. You have to let me go. The nurse, who had jet-black, greasy hair, parted severely in the middle, and dark eyes that seemed both vacant and piercing, completely ignored me. It was as though I hadn't spoken at all. Down to the hall with you. Breakfast is on the table. Yes, but you'll speak to his assistant, Dr. Hughes, later. You can take it up with him. She handed me a horrible grey flannel dress and told me to put it on. After dressing, she bundled up my own clothes and took them away to a place I knew not where. I was shown to a washstand where all the other patients were rubbing their faces with icy cold water. They didn't look particularly crazy to me. They looked tired and afraid. The nurse, whose name I found out was Patricia, hurried us along like cattle and into what I assumed to be the dining room. There was a long wooden table with a bench either side, and on it were enamel cups of some sort of broth, and in the middle was a basket of hard bread. At a glance, I estimated that there were about 60 women in all. At the far end of the hall, there was a separate table seating about 10 women who seemed to be suffering from some kind of intellectual disability, and 2 nurses keeping watch on them. I sat down and tried to spoon some of the broth into my mouth, but I couldn't stomach it. My throat locked and it refused to swallow. I tried dipping the bread into it, when the old woman beside me grabbed my hand. "Don't eat it, it's poisoned." I dropped the bread instantly, and at this she began to laugh mercilessly. I couldn't tell if she was crazy or just plain cruel. "Leave her alone, Agatha." I looked around to find the speaker of these words, and was surprised to see a young woman, scarcely 20 by my reckoning, who spoke with an authority beyond her years. I nodded my thanks. It was hard to tell how old any of my cohabitants were, given their state of dress and the mental toll it took being in a place like this. "My name is Mary," she said, with a gentleness I hadn't expected. "Why are you here?" "My brother—" I found I could not finish the sentence for fear I would burst into tears. At the sound of whimpering, I saw another grey-haired woman at the end of the table, crying aimlessly, and the woman beside me began muttering to herself, a senseless conversation that seemed to have no end or beginning. "Go out into the yard." This yell from another nurse announced the end of breakfast, and everyone was given a threadbare shawl to walk around an enclosed courtyard. It was midwinter, and bitterly cold. Added to this, the yard was north-facing, and would never see the sun. The thought was like a heavy anchor, pulling my heart southward. It was all too much to bear. I froze to the spot, while the others shuffled around me. "Get in line." I ignored the order. I was too weak to move. "Carlyle, get a companion, and walk." I wasn't used to being given orders, and refused to obey. "How many times must I tell you?" To my utter shock, this order was administered with a slap on the ear. Suddenly my life force came flooding back with rage. I was about to hit back when I felt an arm slip through mine and almost drag me forward. "Best to do as they say," a voice whispered softly. I looked to my left and saw Mary, the young woman who had spoken up for me at the table. "I shouldn't be here," I said. "Do you think any poor creature should end up here?" I shook my head, but honestly I didn't care about anyone else in that moment. The other women frightened me, their naked faces, devoid of any normalcy. I pulled the shawl around me tightly. I was shivering so badly with cold that my teeth were chattering wildly. I could see the other women's lips turning purple with cold. It was inhumane. "Carlyle, come here." It had been so long since I had used my real name that it took me a moment to realise that the nurse, Patricia, was speaking to me. Thank God, I thought to myself. They've realised that this is all a big mistake and will release me. I pulled my arm from Mary and thanked her for her kindness, feeling sure I would never see her again. I followed the nurse apace, and once back inside she led me to a room where I was weighed, measured, and then approached by another nurse with scissors, who cut my nails to the quick. "Why are you doing this?" I asked. "You are to see Dr. Hughes," she answered. I told myself that this made perfect sense, a final examination, before letting me go, for administrative purposes. Surely that was all it was. After this perfunctory physical exam, I was led to another room. There, in a white coat, sat a man who introduced himself as Dr. Hughes. Now was my chance to speak up for myself, but I found I did not know where to start. "Who are you?" he asked, opening a cream-coloured folder and taking the lid off his pen. My name is Opaline Oh, well, that's hardly an auspicious start, is it?" His ability to find humour in such desperate circumstances set me on edge. "My name is Opaline Carlyle, but I have been living under the pseudonym of Opaline Grey in order to protect my identity from my brother, who is a violent maniac." There. I was clear, coherent, and concise. Surely this man would see that I was sane. "Where do you live?" "Halfpenny Lane, Dublin. I run a small bookshop." He raised his eyebrows. "And you are pregnant?" "Yes." "How many men have you had intimate relations with?" "I beg your pardon?" "Sexual intercourse, Miss Carlyle." I felt a rage coursing through my body and took several deep breaths. This is what he wanted, to see me react. "Just the one," I replied coolly. "Your brother informs me that you have led an immoral lifestyle, is that so?" I wasn't sure what to respond, so I said nothing. "Do you see faces on the wall?" "Not at the present moment, no." He looked at me with a kind of scorn, and I cursed myself for getting smart with him. "Do you hear voices?" "No, Doctor, I do not hear voices. There is nothing wrong with me, you must see that. My brother has engineered this entire charade. He is angry with me because I refused to do his bidding and marry a man I hardly knew. This is his way of punishing me, don't you see?" The room fell quiet, save for the sound of his pen scratching his thoughts onto clean, white paper. I wondered where my clothes were, and if there was a bus that would take me back to Dublin. "That will be all for now, nurse," he said, calling for Patricia to come back inside. "Can I go home now?" "Oh, I'm afraid it will be quite some time before you are ready to re-enter society, Miss Carlyle, if ever." His words were like a scripted play, something I expected to hear an actor speak in a theatre. This could not be real life. You cannot be serious. This is the extent of your examination, asking me if I see faces on the wall. Dr. Hughes, you must see that I am as sane as you are. Your brother, forget my brother. Is his word more valuable than mine? He said nothing, but replaced the cap on his pen. I had my answer. I pressed my hands flat on the desk between us. He is lying to you, I can prove it. I have discovered a very valuable manuscript and he wants to steal it. Don't you see? The doctor smirked at the nurse who had taken hold of my arms and was half dragging me from the room. Come on now, Carlyle, it's better if you don't struggle. She said, Give me any test you like, I will prove that I'm not crazy. Oh, I think we know all we need to on that score, Miss Carlyle. No, please, where is Dr. Lynch? Let me speak to him. I was shouting myself hoarse, my useless screams echoing down the hallway. Another nurse was bringing a patient to the doctor's room, and Patricia called to her, saying I'd have forgotten all of this in an hour. They truly believed me to be crazy, and every reason I used to protest this fact only confirmed their beliefs. I was thrown back into my filthy room, and I curled myself into the corner and cried for what seemed like hours. As the room grew darker, I looked up and saw a woman sitting on the bed. How long had she been there? Best to get those tears out. They won't be much good to you in here. Mary? I pushed myself up from the ground, a difficult task with my pregnant belly, and I sat on the bed beside her. Why are you here? I asked her, looking at her properly for the first time. Her hair was wild and stuck out all sides, her eyes dark and deep, but her Cupid's mouth spoke with a measured tone beyond her years. Hysteria. That's what they told me. Hysteria. It could have meant anything. And how does it, manifest itself? I asked, realizing now that we would be sharing this room. I become highly emotional when my father beats me. Dear God. She gave me a little smile, as though humour was all she had left. When I fell pregnant, I told him it was the priest that done it to me. But he wouldn't believe me. Said I was a filthy whore. He wanted me out of the house, so he told them I had demonic fevers, that my wounds were by my own hand. I buried my head in my hands. How had we ended up here? I had left home inspired by the suffragettes, the modern women who were going to achieve equality and the freedom to pursue their own happiness. With the stroke of a pen, we were locked up. Troublesome women with inconvenient ideas. How long have you been here? You look so young. 3 years. I'm 22. My tears spilled forth once again. It all seemed so hopeless. She gave my hand a firm squeeze. You have to be strong for the baby, she said, then got up and undressed before climbing into the other bed. I lay down on the thin mattress and looked up at the moon shining between the bars on the window. Mary was right. I had to look after my little rosebud. I would eat the food, go outside and breathe the fresh air into my lungs, and keep as healthy as I could. If this was the way it had to be for now, then I would accept it, for her good. I couldn't let myself get worked up like I did today. I knew it wasn't good for her. So I would be calm. And when the time came, they would take me to a hospital to have my baby, and that would be my chance to escape. 2 weeks passed with every new day identical to the last. One could never have imagined the length of days when there is nothing to do, say, or think. The most remarkable feature was the cold. I could see my own breath when I spoke. An elderly woman took a fit one morning at the breakfast table, shivering and convulsing with the cold. She was practically hopping off the bench, such was her suffering. "Let her fall on the floor, it'll teach her a lesson," said Nurse Patricia. The nurses wore their overcoats, and despite every fibre of my being instructing me to keep quiet, I simply had to speak out. "Can you not see that she will perish with the cold in this place? Surely you can spare her some extra clothing." "She has the same as everyone else." And that was the end of that discussion. I gave the woman my cup of hot tea when it came. It wasn't a great loss, watery as it was and tasting peculiarly of copper. A new woman arrived that day, which gave us all something to focus on. We welcomed her in as best we could, and I could now understand the thirst for information that had greeted me when I first arrived. Everyone wanted to know why she was here, mostly to drown out the mind-numbing boredom. I hoped to be proved right by her story, another innocent victim. But we couldn't make any sense out of what she was saying, and before long she was taken away to be treated, whatever that meant. Word came back that she came direct from the courthouse, where she had stood accused of drowning her child. She believed it was a changeling, that her real baby was taken by the fairies. I almost got physically sick when I heard. I knew I would go mad myself if I didn't get out of that place. People imagine that the worst thing about incarceration is the thought of being locked inside, but there is another trauma to endure. Whilst some of the women were simply anxious or depressed, I was now living with women suffering all types of physical and mental disability, and not only that, was considered to be one of them. That has a profound impact on one's sense of self, of what is true. That night I thought my time for escape had come. The pains in my stomach felt as though I were going into labour, and the water that wet my bed confirmed it. I called out to Mary and asked her to alert the nurse. She banged on the door and shouted, but no one answered for a long time. Of course, it happened in the early hours of the morning, as these things often do, and there was only the elderly nun on duty. She thought I was exaggerating the agonising pain of labour, and said she would not wake the poor doctor from his sleep to come and tend to a spoiled English brat like me. "Stop your play-acting," she said, through the grill in the door. "I don't want you to call the doctor. I need to go to a hospital." I was so excited at the thought of leaving that I hardly noticed the pain. "Hospital? Sure, didn't the cat have a fine litter the other week and managed it all on her own?" That was her final word on the matter, and all I could hear were her footsteps fading away. "They're not going to leave me here, are they?" I asked Mary, who now sat at the end of my bed, patting my back. "Not to worry," she said. Another contraction came, and I groaned my way through it, twisting the ends of the blanket tight around my wrists. The night carried on that way, and I must have slept in between contractions. Mary stayed with me all the while. Any time I asked a question, she would tell me again not to worry, in a way that made me very worried indeed, as though all hope was futile. At 6 o'clock, Nurse Patricia came to get us up, and when she saw the state I was in, called for the doctor. "Please," I begged her, all pride forgotten. I was in agonising pain, and hadn't had so much as a glass of water. "Please get me to a hospital." "You don't need to go to a hospital to give birth. Maybe that's how things are done in England, but not here. Childbirth is the most natural thing in the world," she said, pulling my nightdress up and shoving her cold hand between my legs. "Get your hands off me!" I spat at her, and she responded by slapping me across the face. I'm not sure what would have happened if Dr. Hughes hadn't arrived at that very moment. He took charge immediately and sent her to fetch towels and a basin of boiled water. 2 hours of contractions which felt like I was being ripped apart, and I no longer knew or cared whose hands were on me. They were shouting at me to push, and I pushed. Someone kindly placed a cold flannel on my burning face. I screamed for my mother, even though I knew she wouldn't come. I begged Armand to come and rescue me. And then another push. Different this time. The pressure released. Voices whispered. And I saw a nurse carrying away a bundle. "Where's my baby? Where are you taking her?" I couldn't be sure if anyone had heard me. My voice was weak and my throat raw. "My baby. Please give me my baby." A man's voice, and words that made no sense. The cord was wrapped around her neck. She suffocated, born blue. I don't remember very much after that. I suspect I started to go mad.
Chapter 41. Martha. So, what aspect of Austen's theme has changed with this book, her last published before her death? The tutor was sitting on the edge of his desk, one leg swinging free as he held a copy of Persuasion in his hand. There was a young American woman who always sat at the front of the class and apparently knew everything about every book ever written. I figured she probably fancied our tutor, but he didn't seem to notice. "I mean, it's still all about marriage and social standing," she said. "Anne judges people by their character rather than their rank, but in the end she still succumbs to Lady Russell's snobbery and turns down Wentworth's marriage proposal." "Great summary," Logan said, slouching at the back of the room. "Saves me reading it." I smiled at him. He was my kind of people, although why he was taking a night course in literature and not reading the book was a bit odd. Okay, maybe Austen isn't for everyone. But in a way, the reason her books are still so popular today is because the themes still matter to us. Love, family loyalty, pride, societal pressure to conform. You may all think you're walking around exercising your free will in every situation, but you're not. You're constantly influenced by what your heart wants, what your head wants, and how you want the world to see you. He was right. In all of these years, nothing had really changed. "I think the main themes," said Beverly, a retired dental nurse who always sat beside me, "is about getting a second chance at love." I was trying not to read people anymore. It didn't seem fair, but sometimes I did it without thinking. Her first love had been killed in a car crash, and she'd never met anyone since. I hoped for her sake that Jane Austen was right. Exactly, Beverly. Anne is persuaded to give up her chance of love because Wentworth has no prospects. But instead of moving on with her life, she bitterly regrets her decision. Yet in the end, she realises that the years apart have made her more appreciative of love when it comes back to her. As we packed up for the evening, the tutor asked if I'd given any more thought to the degree course. "Based on your written assignments, I think you'd be a perfect candidate," he said, "although I would like a little more interaction in class. I think it would benefit you." I still found it so hard to speak up in front of people. I'd only just overcome my issues with reading. After the night I found the tattoo completed on my back, it was as though a spell had been broken. Books no longer troubled me in the same way, and the stories they held within had become invitations rather than warning signs. It was like I'd been given the key to a locked door. "Here's some material for you, entry requirements and such." I took them and packed them into my bag, feeling like I was living a completely different life, the life of someone who could do anything they wanted. Maybe there were second chances after all. I never tired of walking through the grounds of Trinity, and I felt more than a little pride in myself after every class I attended. "Now, you have to promise me that you won't become one of those Trinners people who always manage to get the fact they've gone to Trinity into a conversation. Logan said, buttoning up his coat. He worked as a chef, but his real desire was to write comics. Oh, I'm already working it into conversations, I said, thinking to myself how I would do that if I had anyone other than my classmates and Madame Bowden to talk to. I'm thinking of doing the MA myself, he said. Really? No need to sound so surprised. I could see in him then a boy who grew up reading comics and wanted to write his own. But a teenage romance had led to a teenage pregnancy and a job as a kitchen porter to pay the rent. He was now a chef in one of the top Dublin hotels, but his heart was still in storytelling. Austen, not your cup of tea, I said. I'm more into graphic novels. I didn't even know there were graphic novels. He looked at me with the wide eyes of someone who has been mortally wounded, but with just enough breath left to tell you why you were wrong to fire the shot. Oh my God, you've never heard of Mouse? Art Spiegelman. I shook my head. Come on, Martha, you're killing me here. What about Glass Town? You're a Bronte fan, right? I was laughing and making a mental note to see if these books were in the library when, just as we rounded the corner, I spotted a familiar figure walking across the square. He was chatting happily on the phone and hadn't seen me, but something made him look my way. Henry. Hi, I said, and gave him a small, awkward wave. He raised his head and gave a tight smile. How are you? He mouthed, and I gave him a thumbs up. He pointed to the phone and I motioned for him to carry on. I was on my way out anyway. And that was it. He disappeared into the building and Logan carried on talking about an idea for a character he had, a super chef who fights crime or something. I felt so cold all over. It was as though we meant nothing to each other now. I couldn't help but think of a quote from Persuasion. Now they were as strangers, nay, worse than strangers, for they could never become acquainted. It was a perpetual estrangement.
Chapter 42. Henry. So you'll come? She repeated. I'm sorry, how did you get my number? From Martha's phone, naturally. Now, she's invited some of her chums from university. I didn't even know it was her birthday. There was still so much about Martha that was a complete mystery to me. She had built her defences so high, it made the rare occasions she had let me in all the more meaningful. So you'll come at 7, she ordered. I'm not sure she'd want me there, I replied, looking out of the window at Nora's husband pottering around the back garden. I still hadn't forgiven him for telling Martha I'd left the country for good. It was easier to blame him than to accept that maybe she just didn't want to be with someone like me. She certainly hadn't invited me, and I wasn't sure why her employer was taking it upon herself to interfere. Tosh, she will want to see all of her friends. It's been something of an annus horribilis for Martha, wouldn't you say? So I don't think it's asking the earth for you to put your own insecurities aside for 5 minutes and come and eat some cake. Men, honestly. With that final damning indictment of my entire gender, she hung up. The weather was mild for the time of year, and as I walked along the canal, daffodils created a golden path into the heart of the city. Dublin had started to feel like home to me. It wasn't long ago that I had fully planned to move here. The thought embarrassed me. Love, in retrospect, makes one look utterly foolish. To make such sweeping plans, based on nothing more than a feeling, a bunch of chemicals to be technical about it, seemed nonsensical in the harsh light of day. But there was no denying that I had felt more alive and awake in those weeks with Martha than I had done in my entire life. I had the sense that I was sort of sleepwalking through my life until I met her, making decisions based on what I thought was expected of me. How was that method of plotting a course for one's life any more correct? I recalled something Lucinda had said to me before I left. That it didn't matter whether the decision you made was right or wrong, as long as you made it. That's what moved you along in life. In fact, she had used the word journey because she was still in her Earth Mother phase. Buying gifts was never exactly a forte of mine. A horrible panic always sets in, followed by a gaping realization that I knew absolutely nothing about the interior life of the person I was buying the present for. So I stuck to books, as a rule. You couldn't go wrong with a book. That wasn't strictly true. I once bought my father a book about problem drinking, which he chose to use as kindling for the fire. But this time, I knew exactly what to get. "Would you like it gift-wrapped?" the shop assistant asked. I nodded and took my debit card from my wallet, slotting it into the handheld machine. "Oh, can you just try popping it in again? Sometimes it does this," he said graciously. I popped it in again. Again, it was declined. "Actually, I think I'll put this on my credit card instead," I said, as if it was a choice. They'd wasted no time in cutting my funding, I realized. But as I watched him wrap the box in black paper with gold flourishes, I knew I would have robbed a bank, well, metaphorically, to get her this. I arrived at the house just after 8, and, like I always did, I took a quick check around the side, just in case. Just in case what, Henry? That the bookshop with the manuscript inside has suddenly reappeared? I threw my eyes heavenward and shook my head. Utter fantasist, I muttered to myself as I walked up the steps to the front door. I stopped mid-stride as I saw movement in the window. It was Martha, in a sapphire blue evening gown, cut low at the back, framing the large tattoo on her skin. Her bright blonde hair was styled in a braid that she wore like a crown around her head. I felt my knees weaken. It was no use. No matter how much I talked myself out of it when I was alone, as soon as I saw her, all of the feelings came flooding back. Then I saw him, the same guy I'd seen with her at Trinity. He was telling some anecdote that had everyone in stitches. He was older and balding, but clearly he had something I didn't. "Reliability?" a voice said, reading my mind. I looked up to find Madame Bowden standing in the front doorway, walking stick in one hand, cigarette in the other. "How long have you been there?" She didn't answer. "Are you coming inside, Mr. Field?" "Actually, I don't think I can," I said. "I've just realized, I have a previous engagement. Perhaps you could give her this?" I asked, offering the wrapped gift. "I beg your pardon? You seem to be mistaking me for some kind of courier. I am the lady of this house, and if you were a gentleman, you would come inside and give it to her yourself." I exhaled heavily. That woman. The house looked magnificent, twinkling with a terrific amount of fairy lights. I could hear light chatter and the sound of glasses clinking in the drawing-room. I waited to let Madame Bowden enter ahead of me, but she'd acted out of character and made herself scarce. Walking through the open double doors, I saw the table was laid with hors d'oeuvres and a large iced cake. It seemed the old dear had really begun to take a shine to Martha, looking at the spread she had laid on. But then, who wouldn't? I said hello to a few people, then slowly made my way towards the birthday girl, resisting every step that took me closer to her. She looked up and gave me that blue-eyed stare I remembered from the first morning I met her, looking through the basement window. But now, like this, with her beautiful dress, the look was even more disarming. "Happy birthday, Martha," I said. She stepped away from her group of friends and let her hand rest on my wrist, before leaning in to kiss my cheek. "Oh, Henry." Yes, exactly the kind of reaction you want when gate-crashing a party. "Oh, Henry." "I'm so glad you came," she tacked on, giving me an awkward hug. Or maybe I was just an awkward person to hug. The jury was out. "Me too," I said, as if swerving tonight had never crossed my mind. "You look beautiful." She put her hand up to touch her hair. "Thank you. Madame Bowden insisted that I borrow one of her old dresses. She had it altered by a dressmaker and everything," she said, her eyes wide with disbelief. I watched as she swished the silk skirt. This was heartbreaking. I had to get out of there. "Listen," I began, but was interrupted by music that struck up out of nowhere. "A birthday dance," said one of her friends, and all but pushed Martha into my arms. "Oh, I'm not sure that's necessary." "I don't even know how." We both began to protest in unison, but the crowd had warmed to the idea and formed the dreaded circle around us. "It is my song," she said, a little shyly. I listened to the wonky piano notes and tried to recall what it was. "Tom Waits. My mother named me after this song." How could I refuse? "Well then, if it is your song." I put one arm around her waist and held her hand. We didn't speak, just shuffled slowly to what was possibly the most forlorn song I'd ever heard in my life. Dancing in public was bad enough, but dancing in public with the woman who had just dumped you should have been the most excruciatingly awkward moment of my life. But something happened. It became strangely magical. We looked into each other's eyes, unable to keep from smiling at the situation. The guests stepped back to give us more floor space, but in my mind they might as well have disappeared entirely. All I could see was her. She felt so right in my arms. I bizarrely found that I could dance. I don't know if it was her evening gown or the candlelight, but I became a bit of a Fred Astaire. Or else it just felt that way, and if someone had replayed a video, I might have looked like Frankenstein's monster. The song reached its slow, plink-plonking crescendo. "Martha, Martha, I love you, can't you see?" I couldn't take it any more. I let her go and stepped backward. "Sorry, I have to go." I tried to walk out of there with as much dignity as I could, which was to say, very little. I reached to pull the handle of the front door, but it wouldn't budge. "For God's sake," I muttered, pulling it with all my might. "Henry!" I turned around to see her standing there, her face full of pity. That was about the last thing I needed. I felt completely exposed. The only way out was to pretend. "You were right, about us, I mean. It never would have worked." "Oh." Her face was unreadable. I had to get out of there. I turned to try the handle again, but it still wouldn't budge. "Leaving so soon?" Madame Bowden asked. God, that woman was omnipresent. "It's fine," Martha said to her. "Thank you for coming. I mean it." I nodded, shoving my hand into my pocket. That's when I felt the box. "I forgot to give you this." She peeled back the paper and opened it. Her eyes widened, and her hand went to her chest. "I don't believe it." "What is it?" the old lady asked, struggling to put on her glasses. "It's a Mont Blanc pen." "On ne voit bien qu'avec le cœur." "Henry, I can't accept it. It's too much." I just smiled, and hoped she knew that she was worth so much more than she knew. "I thought you'd need a good pen for university." She took it out and held it close to her chest. "I love it. Thank you." Now, I really must go, I said, my voice breaking slightly. But your door seems to be stuck. Madame Bowden reached out her hand and opened it easily. Good night, Henry, she said, with a wink.
Chapter 43. Opaline. Connacht District Lunatic Asylum, 1923. I don't know how long I lay on that bed. If it was cold or warm, or if I was alone or in company. All of my senses were dulled by one overwhelming urge to hold my baby. Sure, why do you want to hold a dead baby? The nurse snapped. Probably not for the first time. I hadn't the energy to answer or cry. My only hope was that I would die too. Mary tried to bring me food, but I wouldn't touch it. They came in and stripped the clothes off the bed, opening the window to the cold January air, but I did not move. They lifted me and brought me to the bathroom, washing away the dried blood between my legs. I didn't care any more who saw or touched me. I wanted to die and be with my baby. Then it was night, and I woke screaming from a nightmare. Lyndon was tying a noose around my baby's neck. What is it? Mary was beside me, stroking my brow. I grasped her hand. I can't do this. I can't live. You have to. You don't understand, I said, turning away from her. Oh, but I do. He punched my baby out of me. And the guilt. She stopped short. That's why he put me in here. He couldn't live with what he did either, so it was easier to blame me. Lock me away. I turned around to face her again. It was dark, but her features held a grace I could never have imagined possible in such dire circumstances. Mary, I'm so sorry. I don't need your pity, Opaline. I need you to survive. We need each other if we're going to get out of here. She seemed so strong and independent. I hadn't thought that she needed me at all. Let me help you now, and you will get stronger. You will survive this. But what's the point? I asked, raising myself up on my elbow. What kind of future can we hope for? I don't know, but hope is all I have, and I felt my prayers were answered the day you came here. I laughed bitterly. I would advise you to pin your hopes on anyone else in this establishment. You will find in them more inspiration than you will ever find in me. You feel that way now, but... I sat up and was almost nose to nose with her. I will always feel this way. She went back to her own bed. The next morning, however, she brought me a saucer of oatmeal. I knew the risk she took. Taking food out of the hall was expressly forbidden and was punished with solitary confinement. I said nothing, but sat up in my bed and began to eat. Later that afternoon, she came with a piece of unbuttered bread and an enamel cup with some tea. The following morning, I leaned on her and walked to the hall myself. Can you sew? Mary asked. I had watched as she mended the threadbare clothes of the other women. She was the only one trusted with the use of a needle in that place. Before I came to this place, I was a dressmaker. My mother taught me. You have to keep busy, Opaline. I could try, I agreed, never even having sewed a button in my life. Dearest Jane, I find myself in circumstances I can hardly believe myself, and so I am at a loss as to how I should describe them to you, my closest friend in the world. In fact, just imagining our childhood together makes this seem like a dream. However, my time is short, so I must rush these few words. I am resident in an asylum. I can assure you that I am sane and still in possession of my wits. Lyndon is behind it. I need say no more than that. and I'm sure you will understand. Also, I had a baby. She did not live. Please help me if you can. Your friend, Opaline. A year had passed, and any hope of escape seemed like a distant dream I couldn't quite recall. Mary spoke less and less. She had developed a worrying cough and could not sleep at night, so I sat up with her, wrapping her in my blanket. "Tell me about your life," she asked one night, as we lay in the darkness, "before you came here." My life before. How could I even begin to describe a life that no longer felt like my own? I was worried that speaking about it would push me further away from it. I used to sell books. There was a silence while we both adjusted to the reality of those words. "I've never read a book," came the reply. I was glad the darkness of the night hid my features, which were a mixture of shock and pity. Mary wouldn't want either of those. Then she became seized by a fit of coughing that lasted more than 5 minutes. The wheezing sound of her lungs affirmed to me that she was suffering from influenza. With no heat, threadbare rags for clothes, and a diet of porridge and watery soup, I feared for her health. "Can you tell me a story from one of your books?" At that moment I would have done anything to offer her comfort. And so I began to recite Emily Bronte's manuscript, picturing the tiny handwriting in my mind's eye. The words came easily as I had read them in a way that was distinct from all other books. I was the only one to have seen them since they had been secreted in Charlotte's sewing box, and so they entered my soul in a way that no other writing had previously. Mary was calmed by them, and just like a child, asked for the same story every night as her condition deteriorated.
Chapter 44. Martha. I closed the book and felt the room settle around me. I turned it over and looked at the front cover again with its image of Mr. Fitzpatrick's shop. I let my fingertips run over the title, tooled in gold leaf. "A place called Lost," I whispered to myself. There was no doubt in my mind now that Opaline Carlyle had written it. I was almost at the end, and I was trying to ration it out, like saving squares of a chocolate bar as a kid to make it last longer. The feeling was bittersweet, as the one person I wanted to tell about it probably hated me. Henry. I was in the library at Trinity, where I was supposed to be writing an essay on persuasion with Logan. He was sneakily looking up new dishes on Instagram, so at least we were both procrastinating. "What is it? You've been moping about since your birthday," Logan observed. He was a very loud whisperer, and I could see that the people around us did not appreciate his vibe. "Nothing," I said, carelessly minimizing my own feelings. "It's just, I need some help with something, and the only person I can ask is..." "Shh!" I pulled my chair a little closer to his. "You see, there's this guy." "Isn't there always?" he said, smiling. "It's not like that. I can't get into anything serious right now, so we stopped things before they started, and now..." He scooched a little closer. "What you have here, Martha, is your classic situationship. Take it from me, you want to avoid them like the plague. You never know where you stand." He wasn't wrong. Dancing with Henry at my birthday party had been overwhelming. I felt like a princess. For the first time in my life, I was in a beautiful house, wearing a magical dress and floating in the arms of a prince. He was charming, funny, and attractive, with that whole dark academia thing he has going on. Of all the bruises and broken bones I'd sustained over the years, the numbing disappointment and emotional scars, I had never felt my heart crack the way it did when he gave me the Petit Prince pen. It's just, we were both involved in some research, and I kind of need his expertise. "My advice? Set your boundaries. Make it clear from the outset that you're just friends and... Shh! Just friends. Exactly. I could do that. I mean, he wasn't to know I had checked his socials, which was utterly useless because he rarely posted. The last photo was of his newborn niece. It made me smile when I saw it, but then it also made me upset because I knew that I'd never be a part of his life. Logan was right. After all, Henry wouldn't have come to my party if he didn't want to remain friends. Nothing had really changed. He would still go home after he'd found his manuscript, and until then, for whatever reason, we were both being pulled in the same direction by the bookshop and by Opaline. Some outside forces had decided that our destiny was entwined, but we didn't necessarily need to be a couple in order to fulfill it. "You're right," I said, closing my laptop and stuffing it into my bag. "It is the 21st century," I repeated, as though that made everything clear. "Wait a second," he said, reaching up to the top of my head and extricating a bright green leaf from my hair. "Oh, thanks," I said, giving my whole scalp a good ruffle through in case there were any more. "Spring is in the air," he said. It was also in my flat. The trunk had begun to separate from the wall at the top, and the branches overhead now hung over my bed, creating a kind of canopy. Buds had begun to grow and unfurl. I no longer thought about telling Madame Bowden. I liked it, and I didn't want anyone to suggest cutting it. On a trestle table outside a second-hand bookshop, I found a book on the hidden life of trees, which was interesting because it did feel like this tree was hiding in my basement, and because that was the kind of person I was now, the kind who picked up books on a whim. Logan's words buoyed me along, all the way to the front door of Henry's bed and breakfast, but that was where I began to falter. Who was I kidding, really? Of course I still liked him, and he'd know it straight away. It was a stupid idea. Maybe I could find out more about Opaline myself. Who needed someone with vast experience in this area anyway? As I was thinking this all through and talking myself out of ringing the doorbell, I saw two little dogs hop up inside the net curtains of the front window and, on sight, begin barking furiously. "Shh!" I insisted, holding my hands up for some reason, as if they were armed. It didn't work. Next thing, the front door opened. "Hello, love. I've no vacancies tonight, I'm afraid," said the slightly harried-looking woman. She took a deep drag of her cigarette and sharply told the dogs to shut up or they wouldn't get their treat, which weirdly worked. "No, I'm not looking for a room. I was just seeing if Henry was in, but he's probably out, so I'll just..." I had stepped back off the curb and was already making my exit. "Henry! Company!" Her voice pierced the air like a foghorn, and she invited me to step inside. What could I do? I was sat on a little velvet buttoned seat attached to a small desk with a landline phone on it in the hall when I saw his brown boots coming down the stairs. He looked puzzled to see me, as well he should have been. "Hi," I said. I also waved, even though he was right in front of me. He said nothing, which was kind of weird and made me feel as though I shouldn't have come. "No prizes for guessing why you came back from London so quickly," the landlady said, in better humour now, and winking at me. Henry bent his head and rubbed the back of his neck with the palm of his hand. "Do you want to come up to my room?" he asked. Now, Henry, you know the rules," she giggled, having a good old laugh at our expense. I wanted the ground to swallow me. I got up and tried to think of an excuse to leave. "You know, this was probably more of an email thing, so I'll just email you. Later. Sorry to disturb," I said, making a break for the front door. "Actually, I was just on my way out, so..." We walked down the street, exchanging pleasantries about the weather, and both agreeing that global warming was terrible altogether. Strange how quickly you go from feeling like you can tell someone anything to feeling like two strangers meeting at a bus stop. I wasn't going to bother you again, what with the way things are, but I was talking to my friend Logan and he said that, it's the 21st century and people can be friends. Jesus, it was coming out in the most awkward way possible. I sounded like a 5-year-old. Logan, he was the guy at your party? Yes, he's become a good friend actually. We're in class together. It still felt so cool saying that. I'm really happy for you, genuinely. It's good to see you doing so well. He stopped walking and kicked some imaginary dust on the ground with his boot. Thing is, I have to focus on my work now. That's what I'm here to talk about. Opaline. Oh? The letter you showed me, to Sylvia, it mentioned a book. I think that maybe I have it. What? And I'm pretty sure Opaline wrote it. Hang on, what? How? I don't know, I can't explain everything and I know it's not the actual manuscript you're looking for, so I wasn't even sure if I should tell you. No, you absolutely should. I'm glad you did. I'm sorry if I'm being... He trailed off. It's okay, it's weird for me too. But maybe it is possible for us to, be friends. I stood there feeling a bit vulnerable, and he took long enough with his answer, which wasn't the one I was expecting. Shit, I'm going to miss my bus.
Chapter 45. Henry. It was a terrible idea. I hadn't a clue what I was going to do when I got to St. Agnes's, and now I was going to have an audience. No word came from my companion, who was happily devouring the most foul-smelling packet of crisps, which threatened to pollute the entire bus. I looked out the window at the rolling countryside. It was a dazzlingly bright day, and every colour seemed to leap forth. I overheard someone say that Ireland would be a beautiful country if they could just put a roof on it. I had to agree. We were heading west, and the coach had just pulled into some one-horse town for a toilet break, and for Martha to procure these stinking crisps. I decided on a can of fizzy orange, which I was already regretting, as now I needed the toilet. We might not even find anything. You need to adjust your expectations slightly. Usually in these kinds of situations, the information doesn't just drop into your hands. I was irritable, and not very good at hiding it. Finding the manuscript was my only focus now. I told myself that if I didn't find it, then all of this was for nothing. My career would be in tatters, but so, more importantly, would be my reputation. I had staked my professional standing on that one letter from Abe Rosenbach, which still hadn't even been verified properly. But then again, didn't all the books I'd read about the most successful book collectors, like Rostenberg and Stern in the US, or the Sinai sisters from Scotland, point to the power of instinct and gut feelings? Don't worry, Henry. Something I could never be accused of is having great expectations. I smiled. I see what you did there. It's on my course. She blushed slightly, and it was all I could do not to brush her fringe away from her eyes. I had to distract myself. Do you know anything about this place? I asked her. The asylum? Not really. But that's the idea, isn't it? To keep these places hidden in the shadows. And the women, conveniently. She turned her body towards me, as though she wanted me to go on, and I decided this trip would be a lot less complicated if I could keep our minds centred on the issue at hand. I've been researching other women who were sectioned around that time. Did you know James Joyce's daughter, Lucia, was sectioned in 1932? She shook her head. Women were institutionalized by the men in their family for all sorts of reasons, but it was said she was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Apparently, she was treated by Carl Jung at one point. How long did they keep her there? Her whole life, almost 50 years. Jesus! We sat in silence for a while. the gravity of what we were investigating becoming more real. She was a dancer. Before, in Paris. There are some books that claim she became mentally unstable after her breakup with Beckett, but I suppose we'll never know. Her nephew burned all of her letters. Had the same fate befallen Opaline? Perhaps I'd never find the real truth. There are some scholars who suggest she may have even written a novel, but it's never been found. What if it doesn't want to be found? Of course it wants to be found. What kind of question is that? I mean, if we're assuming that inanimate objects have wants, which is a pretty bonkers assumption. She frowned, then looked out of the window. When she turned around, she looked properly annoyed. So that's all it is about for you? Getting the glory? No, it's more than that. It's about adding to our knowledge of history, rediscovering lost treasures so we can study them and, well, it's our cultural inheritance. It belongs to us. But why should you get to decide what gets found and what remains lost? What? I couldn't understand where this line of questioning was coming from, or why it felt like we were arguing about it. She knew what my profession entailed, and she was the one who'd suggested coming along. It doesn't matter, she said eventually. It clearly does. You found the book that you think was written by Opaline. I didn't find it. It was given to me. I looked at her askance. I don't want to talk about it. Neither did I. It was the main reason I had agreed to let her come with me, the lure of seeing this book at the end. Although why she wanted to come here at all was a mystery to me. Conversation was clearly at an end, so I did what all sensible people do when embarking on a long bus journey. I pretended to sleep so I wouldn't have to look at her. Henry? It would have helped greatly if she didn't say my name with that Irish accent of hers. Yes? We're here. The bus chugged and rattled to a halt at what passed for a bus stop around here. A hard shoulder with a statue of the Virgin Mary inexplicably keeping watch. The engine made a whining noise as it pulled off again, leaving us in a cloud of dust. Is this it? I asked, as I strained to look up the laneway beyond the wrought-iron gates. Looks like it, Martha replied, pointing to the small sign that said St. Agnes's. You're a natural. She gave me a withering look. I had to stop being such a dickhead. Was it possible I was just jealous? Who was Logan, anyway? I dragged my thoughts back to the present. The laneway was lined with pine trees that had overgrown and merged into one thick, dark wall. As we walked along the curving drive, the building itself loomed into view around the corner. It was a dark grey block of a thing, hunkered down into the land. It could have passed for a stark kind of monastery, if it weren't for the bars on the windows. I stopped walking. What is it? She asked. It's just so real. I'd never had a sensation like it, as though something heavy was pressing on my chest. It was one thing reading about these things on paper, but being here was entirely different. I hoped that my hunch was wrong, and that Opaline had not been incarcerated here. Martha put her hand on my arm, as though to steady me, and I came back to my senses. There were 3 old doorbells outside, and it didn't look as though any of them worked. I pushed the buttons and waited. Have you thought about what you're going to say? I'm going to ask if Opaline Carlyle was a, resident here. Martha shook her head, making it clear that this approach was utterly useless. You don't know much about Catholic Ireland, do you? In what sense? These kind of places, they're not exactly known for offering up information. I decided to knock firmly on the door. After several minutes, there was still no answer. Right. I smacked the palms of my hands together, the universal signal to leave. Let's go home.
But we came all this way.
Yes, and now we're leaving, I said. What time is the next bus back to Dublin?
You can't leave now. What's the matter with you?
Because it's just another wild goose chase. It's not bringing me any closer to the manuscript, is it? People can waste their whole lives chasing shadows, and I can't let myself become one of them. I refused to stand there arguing about it. I'd made my decision. I didn't owe her an explanation. I started walking briskly down the drive, assuming she would follow, eventually. "Can I help you?" A middle-aged woman held open the heavy wooden door and addressed us in a tone that left no doubt the last thing she wanted to do was help. She had short, tight curls and wore a white nurse's uniform. I didn't blame her for being miserable. I would be too, in a place like this. "Yes, I would like to establish if a woman by the name of Opaline Carlyle was a resident here at one point," I said, rushing back. "Do you have an appointment?" No greeting, just direct animosity. "No, but You have to make an appointment." She was about to close the door when I stuck my boot in the door.
"Excuse me, what are you doing?"
I didn't know. I'd seen it done so many times on TV, I just did it, without thinking of a follow-up plan. I stammered something incoherent. I just wanted to pull my foot back out, but I couldn't seem to move it.
"We're from the Department of Health, and we're running a spot check," said Martha.
I couldn't even look at Martha. I knew if I did, I would give the game away. What the hell was she doing? "I wasn't informed about this," the woman replied, suspicion narrowing her gaze.
"It's a spot check. That's the point."
I didn't know who this person beside me was. For all I knew, she was an undercover spot checker for the Department of Health. Such was her conviction. The woman shifted her weight from one foot to another, and she looked even more cross than she was when we'd first arrived. "I'll need to see some identification."
"Mr. Field, show her your ID," Martha said.
Was she talking to me? Where the fuck was I going to get ID? I finally looked across at her, trying to express my what-the-fuckness with my eyes. She widened hers, as if to say, just bloody do something. So I pulled out my ID card, the one from university, the one that said I was a rare manuscript specialist. "Very well, Dr. Field," she said, and let us both inside. "I hope this won't take long. We close at 4 o'clock. Dr. Field? That was what she took from my ID? Not that I was a PhD candidate? The place was eerily quiet. Inside, it looked as though the building was slowly deconstructing itself, and nobody had bothered to fix it. The walls, painted a sickly green, were peeling, and there were damp patches everywhere. Black mould spread out from the windows, and the lino on the floor was curling at the edges. The smell was toxic, a mix of bleach and boiled cabbage. It was old and uncared for, just like the residents, I imagined.
"We just need to check some records, isn't that right, Dr. Field?"
Yes. I cleared my throat. "Pertaining to the Freedom of Information Act, we would like to look at how the records of past residents are, filed." The woman glared at me. "Oh, aren't you going to expect the ward?" "The ward? You still have—" I stopped myself before saying the word inmates.
"Another time," said Martha. "We wouldn't want to keep you, and this is something that the minister really wants to get on top of before the new legislation comes in."
"New legislation?" the woman asked, fooling for Martha's spiel.
"It's being put before the Dáil next year."
I looked at Martha with new, star-struck eyes. It was a revelation to see her so confident and unfazed, whilst lying through her teeth. I was so impressed, I almost forgot why we were there. We were led into a narrow office on the first floor, with a thin brown carpet and a flickering light overhead. There were rows upon rows of steel-grey filing cabinets. "Sharon normally takes care of the admin," the woman explained, immediately absolving herself and again checking her watch. "Not to worry, Mrs. Hughes." "Mrs. Hughes," I said. "This won't take long. Any chance of a cup of tea in the meantime?" "No." With that, she left the room, and we both waited until her footsteps were far enough down the hall. "What the hell was that, Angela Lansbury?" I whisper-shouted. "I don't know. It just happened." "I can't believe it worked." "Nor can I." She was giddy with excitement. We didn't know how to celebrate, so in the end we just high-fived. "Okay, we better start looking." We didn't have much time, and our task was daunting. Admissions files were categorized by date, but then some records were filed under the resident doctor's name, and others still were filed under the patient's name. It was basically a mess. We agreed to begin at opposite ends of the room. I was searching the dates, mid-1920s onwards, and Martha was searching for Carlyle. We hardly spoke, apart from the occasional, "I still can't believe you did that," coming from me. I was pleasantly surprised by how much she wanted to help me. Or perhaps that was conceited. If what she said turned out to be the case, and she had found herself in possession of Opaline's book, then it made sense that she had her own connection to this intriguing woman. After all, as I told her on the bus, you didn't need a qualification on paper to make a big discovery. Knowing my luck, she'd probably find the manuscript before me. The thought hit me like a sucker punch. I looked across at her and watched as her fingertips picked their way through the hanging manila files. Had I been played all along? Was she using me? "Henry, what are you doing?" "What?" "We don't have much time," she said. "Right. Yes, sorry." I pulled open another drawer and flicked through the files. They were all too recent. We were about to meet at the middle filing cabinet when I heard footsteps coming quickly down the hall. "Shit! Stall her," Martha said. I didn't think. I simply did what she said and met the woman just outside the doorway. "I've been onto the department and they've never heard of a Dr. Field. In fact, they said there was no spot check arranged. So now would you care to tell me who you are and what you're doing here?" "I would like to tell you, Mrs. Hughes, but if I did, I'd have to kill you." "Excuse me?" Jesus, what was I saying? "Candid camera," Martha smiled, coming out of the room. "See, I have a camera in my bag," she explained, pointing to what looked like a badge on her rucksack. "I don't—" "Oh, you've been such a good sport, hasn't she, Henry?" Yes, absolutely," I said. "Thanks for taking part." "Oh, Someone will be in touch shortly. Of course, we'll need your consent before we can use the footage on our show, but there's a €200 fee, so just have a think about it, okay?" Martha took my arm, and we half ran down the stairs. We kept running until we reached the bus stop, and I had to bend down with my hands on my knees for a good 10 minutes, trying to get my breath back. She was still laughing when I looked up. "You should be on stage. Honestly, how do you improvise like that?" "I don't know. Maybe Madame Bowden's rubbing off on me." The bus pulled in, and we got back into the very same seats that we'd had on the way out. "Well, that was an experience. Pity we didn't find the file," I said. "Oh, but we did." She pulled a folder out from her backpack and handed it to me. I was speechless.
Chapter 46. Opaline. Connaught District Lunatic Asylum, 1941. A war has been raging overhead, or at least that was what I was told. At St. Agnes's all remained deathly still. The place was like a vacuum, sucking life away from the people who were trapped within. Food was scarce. We subsisted on vegetables that grew stunted and undernourished in the dry ground outside. I became numb over the years, unsure when that set in, like rot. My skin would itch and flake, and I would scratch until I bled, just to feel something. Eventually I felt nothing. Our numbers shrank. The appetite for reforming women had dulled somewhat since a madman decided to reform Germany. War made everyone question the status quo. It appeared to me that men in particular seemed to need a war to find meaning in what they already have, to feel that heady sway on the verge of losing everything before waking up and stepping back from the brink. Why was that? I had become a competent seamstress, thanks to Mary's instruction, and it was the only thing that gave my day any semblance of order. I began stitching words from Emily Bronte's story of Renville Hall into my skirt. At first it was something I did to amuse myself, but then it became a way of remembering that I did have a life before this place. Some sections of the manuscript came clearly and intact, but I knew there was no way I could remember it by heart. The joints in my fingers ached as I strained to make my stitches as tiny as possible. I have devoted an entire lifetime to escaping the confines of this wretched place, only to find myself further entangled in its gnarled roots and oppressed by its looming towers. Only 2 nurses remained, 2 more than necessary in my opinion. The only one who did anything worthwhile was Daisy, a young local girl, who thought a job in this place was a step up in life. God bless the child. She was innocence personified, yet no stranger to hardship. I concluded that she was the only beauty left in the world, and for her part she never made me feel like a hideous, frightful woman to be feared. She said she enjoyed the place, that it was quieter than the racket of living with 4 brothers at home. We shared a strong dislike for brothers. One bright morning, I heard shouting and laughter and footsteps rushing along the corridor. Daisy ran into my room. I was lying prone on my bed, my head empty of thoughts. At least, I stopped calling them thoughts. All I had then were images of a past life that may or may not have happened. Did I have a child? "I have a letter for you," she said, as though it were the most wonderful thing to have ever happened, and she ran off again, zigzagging like a spring lamb. I lifted myself off the pillow and looked out through the bars on my window. The frost had created beautiful patterns on the glass. I became aware of a letter in my hand. From Jane, of course. Dear Jane. She had never given up on me. Even though I rarely replied, if ever. She was not going to abandon our friendship. I read it in the haphazard way my eyes worked then, reading up and down rather than side to side. Your mother has passed away. My mother has passed away, I repeated internally. I was an orphan, I realized, in some abstract way. Childless, motherless, the world at war. My eyes began to blink, and suddenly I was awake. In all the years of my incarceration, my mother never once came to visit, never wrote. I excused her behaviour because I knew she was under Lyndon's influence, and even if by some miracle she had refused to believe his version of events, she would never openly defy him. Yet, she was my mother. How could she abandon me in a way Jane could not? Her own daughter. Why hadn't she helped? In fact, she was the only one who could have overruled my brother. Why didn't my mother love me enough to risk everything? Those thoughts would forever haunt me. It was true that I had been closer to my father, and my mother was never affectionate towards me, but I had to assume there was some love there. Not enough, clearly. As I made my way to Dr. Lynch's office, with a purpose I had not felt in my bones for a very long time, I thanked my mother briefly for at least giving me an excuse to get out of this place. Surely they would not refuse my request to attend my own mother's funeral. And once I was back in the UK, I could work out my release, with Jane's help. I sat patiently on a hard wooden chair facing Dr. Lynch, who sat in a leather chair at his walnut desk. His glasses perched on the end of his nose, he was carefully peeling an apple with a knife, as though I were not even there. The nurse had gone out to attend to someone screaming bloody murder, to which I had grown entirely immune. Satisfied that he had managed to peel it all in one go, he finally looked up at me, almost surprised to find me sitting there. "Miss Carlyle, you're not due for a checkup until next month." He had a way of speaking that always made me feel as though I were an idiot. No matter what he said, simply his tone implied that I had all the intelligence of the piece of fruit on his plate. It was something I endured. Until today. "I'm not here for a checkup." I told him that I had just been informed of my mother's death, and that I wanted to attend her funeral. "Ah, yes, my condolences. Mr. Carlyle wrote to inform us, it must have been a fortnight ago? Your mother has already been laid to rest, so you see, there's no reason for you to leave St. Agnes's." I was so confused. I reached into my pocket and pulled out Jane's letter. Checking the date, I saw that it was written over a week ago. Why wasn't I informed? "Oh, were you not? I'm sure I told Nurse Patricia to pass the message along." I looked down at the letter, the words swimming in front of me. My hands began to shake with a rage that boiled inside of me. Not for my mother, but my last chance of escape. I couldn't take it any more. I jumped up and grabbed the knife off the table, pressing it to the artery in my neck. "What in God's name are you doing?" he said, scrambling to get out of his chair. "Don't move or I'll kill myself, I swear," I shouted. He froze, halfway off the chair, and raised his hands in surrender. "And don't shout for the nurse." He shook his head and kept showing me the palms of his hands as he sat back down on the chair. "You see, the thing is, Dr. Lynch, I no longer care if I live or die." I surprised myself by meaning every word I said. It would have been a sweet relief to end it all. St. Agnes's had been like entering a sort of purgatory, with no hope of redemption. All of my humanity had been stripped from me. And yet, some part of me must have subconsciously kept up the search for a way out. For the words that came out of my mouth next sounded as though they had been waiting inside of me for a very long time. "But I think you do." "Of course I care, Opaline. Now put the knife down." "Yes, of course you care. Because as long as I live, you receive a handsome stipend from my brother. Isn't that correct, Dr. Lynch?" "That is to pay for your care." I pointed the knife as sharply as I could bear it against my skin. "Come now, Doctor, it's just us here. We are half-starved and barely clothed, with no heat to speak of. You pocket that money for yourself, don't you?" "I resent the "Oh, shut up! Shut up!" I screamed at him. Standing there in a ragged, stained dress, unwashed hair sticking out from my head, dark circles around my eyes and a knife at my throat, I had never felt more clarity of mind. He was scared. I could see it. "If I die, you stop receiving Lyndon's payments." He looked rattled, and his eyes searched the room. I knew I didn't have much time to convince him. "We can help each other. If you let me leave, right now, I will never tell Lyndon, and you can keep getting your money. You will never hear from me again. I'll change my name. I'll go to Europe. I have friends there. I could see him thinking about it. No one ever has to find out. He wiped his face roughly with his hand, then started biting his lip. He was looking at the framed photograph on his desk of his wife and children. He looked back at me, and I lifted my chin higher, showing him that I was not bluffing. If not, I will cut my own throat right now and bleed out all over this rug. Then you will have nothing. I had succeeded. He was willing to consider it. My freedom was tantalizingly close, and I was suddenly aware that I was no longer quite so free about sticking a knife in my throat. Yet I had to keep it there. "Oh, what does it matter now, anyway?" he said, slowly getting up. He opened another door on the opposite side of the room. It led directly to a short passageway with an exterior door. He shouldered it open and I could see the backyard, which must have been used by the staff to come and go, as it led straight onto the road rather than the long drive. I looked back at him. "If your brother finds out—" "He won't," I said, unable to keep the tremble from my voice. "Then get out." With that I realized that he had known all along. I should never have been locked up here. It was all a lie. A mixture of relief and revenge pulsated through me. I still had the knife in my hand. I wanted to slit his throat. Pictured it, blood spattering the walls. Whatever I lacked in physicality I could make up for with the passion of my anger. He moved back and kept his hands aloft. I couldn't believe my freedom was finally in front of me. I dropped the knife and ran.
Chapter 47. Martha. "You came!" I rushed into her arms. My mother never left her house, not even to go to the shops, so I never expected to see her on the doorstep of Halfpenny Lane. "How did you— what happened?" I had so many questions. "I found my voice." The words came out slow, but strong. "Happy tears," I said, as she wiped them away with her fingertips. "I should have spoken up a long time ago, Martha. My precious girl." "I'm okay, Mum. Really." "I know you are. You are such a capable young woman. I'm so very proud of you. I wanted to come here and tell you that, even if it's a little late in the day." "It's never too late," came Madame Bowden's voice from behind me. She had a knack for just appearing in the middle of other people's conversations. "Won't you come inside?" It felt like a novelty, having tea with my mother in the back kitchen of this grand old house. Madame Bowden suggested it, as it was roomier than my flat, and left us to it, thankfully. I thought she would poke her nose in, but she did have some sense of tact when it suited her. I talked cheerfully about my course in Trinity, the friends I'd made, my newfound interest in literature. "You've made a lovely life for yourself here," she said, placing her hand on mine. "I'm happy, Mum. Even living here with Madame Bowden, it's not what I would have envisioned for myself as a young woman, but it kind of works. I think we're good for each other." "She sounds like a guardian angel." I wasn't sure if that's how I'd describe her. I poured some more tea from the pot. All my years at home, my father and my brothers took up all of the oxygen, but here it was like we could finally breathe deeply. It's only in something's absence that you realize how much space it takes up. "There's something I want to tell you, Martha." "You're leaving Dad?" She gave me a double take. "I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it, but no. Your father is Well, he's not perfect, but he's dependable, and even though, sometimes, I wish I could change so many things about him, he has given me a home where I felt safe. I had never heard her speak about my father that way. Despite the fact that I still had a different opinion, I understood and respected hers. What is it then? It's not something serious. What I mean is, it won't change anything. For you, at least. But it might help you to understand the past. My past. She turned the teacup on the saucer, slowly choosing her words. It was strange for both of us to hear her voice like this, when we'd always communicated in silence. After Shane, I began to realise that the past isn't something we leave behind. It is living with us every day. It isn't simply DNA that we inherit. I think there are other things passed down through the generations. Memories, perhaps. She was speaking from a place of deep pain. I could see that. I moved my chair closer to hers. The atmosphere in the kitchen took on an air of intense stillness, as though it too was waiting for her story. My mother was adopted as a baby. Of all the things she could have said, I never would have anticipated that. Our family history was something I had seen as set in stone. How could I have been missing such a huge chunk of information? Why didn't you tell me before? I suppose I didn't think it affected you. And besides, mothers want to protect their daughters. My mother protected me as much as she could, but my grandparents were not kind people. How they were ever allowed to adopt is something I'll never understand. You know that your grandmother died from pneumonia when I was 3 years old. I nodded. That's the story we told everyone. The truth is that she set off to Dublin to find her mother. I don't know all of the details. My father only told me from his hospital bed before he died. It was the 60s, and she told him that having her own daughter made her desperate to find her real mother. I don't know why she thought she'd find her in Dublin, but either way she never did find her. There was an accident, and she slipped from the platform. The train hit her. Jesus Christ, Mum, I'm so sorry. She kept her head down as though she just wanted to get the story out. Well, my grandparents, the Clohesys, raised me after that. Reluctantly. My father had a job, and men weren't expected to stay home back then. So they took me in and spent every day reminding me of their sacrifice. That was when I lost my voice. I grabbed her hand. It doesn't change anything, but it changes everything, doesn't it? She asked. I nodded, wiping her tears this time. Did you ever try to find them? Her biological parents? No, but I thought about it many times. My grandparents wouldn't talk about it. They did not say it outright, but I got the impression that the adoption might not have been very official. We could try now. She shook her head. It's too late. But I wanted you to know because it's your story as well as mine. We sat there for hours talking, drinking more pots of tea and raiding the biscuit tin. It was only when it grew dark that I realised I should have been getting dinner ready. Will you stay? I asked. No. I'd best be off now so I can catch the last train. As she put on her coat and we walked out to the hallway, she turned to look at me again. I should have told you every day what a wonderful young woman you were. I sometimes feel like I wasn't fully present, you know? Just going through the motions. That's what happens when you keep a part of yourself hidden. Anyway, I wanted to tell you now so you'd know. You were always enough, Martha. It's just the people around you were too wrapped up in their own pain to see it. We hugged tightly, right by the banister where Shane had fallen. I began to cry. I didn't just cry, I sobbed in her arms. She held me and shushed away the bad memories, rocking me from side to side. The wooden staircase creaked like the bough of a tree beside us, and I could hear a soft rustling. "Sounds like this old house is trying to tell us something," she said in a playful voice, as though she were telling a fairy tale to a child. "It does, doesn't it?" I smiled, wiping my eyes with my sleeves. "I think that too sometimes. Maybe next time you can stay for longer." "I'd like that," she said, then turned to step down onto the pavement. She turned and waved again and called up to me. "I'm looking forward to meeting Madame Bowden too." I waved and then registered the strangeness of what she had just said. She had already met Madame Bowden.
Chapter 48. Henry. Are you aware that you have a great big bloody tree root growing out of your ceiling? Yes. And the branch sticking out of the gable? That too. Oh, good. Not just me, then. I decided to visit 12 Halfpenny Lane by my old entrance, the basement window, but found a very large branch growing out through one of the broken panes. We decided I should probably come through the front door instead. I held the folder with Opaline's papers aloft, theatrically making it clear that I had a proper reason for visiting. "The lady of the residence is out having her hair set," Martha said, and I was relieved to hear it. She could be a bit overpowering, even if she was technically rooting for me. "I think it's trying to tell me something," she said, plucking one of the leaves from the branches that formed an arc over her bed. She seemed bizarrely unfazed by it. "Yes, I think it is trying to tell you something very important about the unsound foundations of the house. You really need to have this looked at." She batted my concerns aside and put on the kettle for tea. I moved in for a closer look at the tree. "Did you do this?" "What?" "What you seek is seeking you." It was carved onto the back of the tree. She stepped behind me and leaned over my shoulder. "No?" I turned around to see her face. She looked different, somehow, as though the shadows she carried inside of her had been replaced by an iridescent light. She looked happy, despite the tree, or perhaps because of it. "What is it?" she asked. "Nothing. You look well, that's all." She smiled and tilted her head to the side. It felt like a moment where one of us should say something, but neither of us could even begin putting our feelings into words. "Tea?" I nodded. She brought 2 mugs over to the small table and grabbed an open packet of digestives from a shelf above us. "So, what did you find out?" I took a piece of paper out of the folder at random. "Far more than I had expected," I told her. "It's put flesh on the bones. She's a real person for me now. In fact, it's thanks to you I've decided to change the angle of the paper I'm writing." She looked pleased, but also confused. I handed her the letter, and she began reading it aloud. "Dearest Jane, I hope this letter reaches you. The young girl who works here promised to post it in secret, but one can never be sure. It's been snowing for a full 5 days now. There is something calming about it, how each snowflake falls weightlessly, without a sound. Every so often a slight breeze will cause a flurry of flakes to spin and swirl and lift over the walls of this place. A silent escape. How I long for the same. My only friend here, Mary, has died. I woke to find her lifeless in her bed this morning, from the cold. It has set into my bones so much that I cannot remember how it used to feel before. I received your letter,
in which you wrote that you hoped the gloves and shawl you'd sent were keeping out the chill. Oh, dearest Jane, if only you knew that anything of worth is taken away long before it reaches us inmates. The physician is expected tomorrow, I think. My thoughts meander in a deep fog these days. Again I will ask to speak to my brother, again. I will request to be released, for I am not mad, though I fear this place will render me so. The screams at night are unbearable. Why does Lyndon not answer my letters? It does not surprise me that the doctors here have turned down your offer to bring a specialist from London. Having me assessed independently would prove that I have been wrongfully committed here, that I am sane, although I fear it may be too late on that score. Losing the baby, and now Mary, in this place of unspeakable horrors, I would rather my sense leave me entirely. If I cannot escape this place physically, I must devise a way to do it mentally. To dissociate from this nightmare. Please do not write any more. Go and live your life. Consider your old friend no more. She no longer exists. Opaline. Bloody hell. This is horrific. I never thought. She stopped suddenly. I know. It's all very real now. I put the letter back and dunked a digestive into my tea. I hadn't eaten since lunch the day before. I'd been up all night going through the folder and taking notes. I held the biscuit in the tea for a second too long, and it sank into the depths. I sucked my teeth. I'll make you another one, she said, and got up to refill the kettle. I wasn't sure if I'd see you again. Why do you say that? She shrugged, but I pressed for an answer. It's just, you have what you need now. Opaline's records. Wow, I'd really made quite the impression. Was that really what she thought? That all I cared about was the manuscript? I opened my mouth to say something, then thought better of it. What did it matter? I had to stop thinking that this could ever go anywhere. We were just friends. You didn't think I could leave without seeing her book, did you? She rolled her eyes and gave me a knowing look. It had been left on her bed, and when she passed me to get it, I reached out for her hand without thinking. She stopped and looked down at me. It wasn't all about the manuscript, you know. Not for me. I let her hand go, but she didn't move. A slight smile formed at the corner of her lips. Thanks, she said, almost in a whisper. Then she retrieved the book from the bed and brought it to me. I hadn't expected it to look so elaborate. I had seen my fair share of rare editions, and not many books made me gasp, but this one did. It was covered with a deep sapphire blue cloth, making the golden title jump off the front. A Place Called Lost, I read aloud. There was a beautiful illustration of an old bookshop, and I knew it was the one I had seen when I first arrived on Halfpenny Lane. I hadn't been drunk. It really was there. I felt completely overcome, and my nose started itching with what could disastrously become tears. I cleared my throat. Where did you find it? I asked. It sort of found me. Stories sometimes do, like the one on my back. Her tattoo. I wanted to ask what it was, but before I said it, she asked about the rest of Opaline's papers, and I was glad of the distraction. Thinking about the last time I saw her tattoo, dancing with her, holding her in my arms, it was too much. Oh, yes, there were bundles of letters written by Opaline that were never sent. It seems a bit sporadic. Maybe some got through the gates and some didn't. They don't make for easy reading, I can tell you that. I don't know how she survived. But she must have. We have the letter to Sylvia, which proves that. And the book, Martha said. Even if I never found the manuscript,
I had the makings of a very interesting paper on a woman who had been one of the most prominent book dealers in Ireland, who was nevertheless locked up on the word of her brother. It didn't seem to matter how talented, intelligent, or independent a woman was, she was still seen as the property of a man, to do with as he pleased. "I'm afraid I have to get back to the library," I said, rising rather abruptly and putting on my jacket. There was a beat before Martha reacted. Had she wanted me to stay? I would never know, and I wasn't going to make a fool of myself by asking. "Could I take the book with me? I'm trying to finish the paper I've been working on. Hopefully I'll still be able to get some funding for it." She hesitated, so I suggested a trade. Opaline's papers for the book. "Actually, there's a photo inside. Would you like to see?" She nodded enthusiastically. It was endearing to see her enthusiasm for this woman she never knew. It was not a terribly flattering photo. There were several women lined up in front of a dining table, their hands clasped, no smiles. Perhaps it was taken for the families who paid for their keep? There was no writing on the back. Martha cocked her head to one side, then asked if I had a magnifying glass. "Not on me, no," I joked, but it went over her head. "What is it?" "Maybe nothing." "You can't say that." She squinted and held the photograph close to her face. "It's her skirt. It looks like there's something written on it." "It's hard to tell," I said, looking at the grainy black and white image. When I looked back at Martha, her expression had changed. "You look as if you've seen a ghost." "Hmm? Oh, it's nothing. I've just realised the time. Madam Bowden will be back soon." With that, she almost shoved me out of the door, and I found myself back on Halfpenny Lane, wondering what it was that I was missing.
Chapter 49. Opaline. Dublin, 1941. Guten Abend, Fräulein. I didn't know how to respond, or why he was speaking in German. I wrapped the sliver of a shawl tightly around myself, as if it offered any protection. I thought I'd heard something, and had come down from the attic to check. Following my escape from St. Agnes's, I had made my way back to Halfpenny, and was relieved to find the shop still standing. It was like a dream, where things were both familiar and yet strange. Like Miss Havisham, the shop seemed to have halted the passing of time after I was taken away. The front door opened at my touch, and even the brass handle felt like the soft muzzle of a long-lost family pet. Things had decayed and deteriorated, and most of my belongings were missing. The windows of the shop were all boarded up. I had dragged my mattress up to the attic. The basement was far too cold, with only tap water to fill my belly. After the elation of gaining my freedom, a tremendous tiredness had come over me, and I couldn't do anything to help myself. Days had passed with no human contact, and now I was standing face to face with this man. He reached into his pocket and took out a packet of cigarettes, and proceeded to light one. He offered the packet to me, as if this situation were perfectly natural, and I wasn't noticeably shivering with fear. Still, he said nothing. He simply leaned against the wall, casual and unhurried. He was a tall man with dark blonde hair slicked back and piercing blue eyes. I could see now that he wore an army uniform, a khaki jacket, with an eagle sewn on the breast. "How did you get in here?" I asked, hardly trusting my voice, which croaked from neglect. "The window in the basement. It is not locked." I had checked it myself. Either he was lying or... "Who are you?" "Joseph Wolf, zu Ihren Diensten." "I'm afraid I don't speak German," I said. "You are alone?" It was more of a statement than a question. I didn't reply. Life continued on the street outside as we stood there, figuring one another out. Friend or foe? Whatever you're looking for, you won't find it here. Every muscle in my body was tense. He simply nodded, as though this entire situation were commonplace. He looked around the shop, taking his time, then looked me over. What did he see? I come here, sometimes, to read. He nodded towards the small pile of books that still remained on the bottom shelf. My books. This is my home. You have no right to be here. I didn't feel very commanding, standing there in old rags, emaciated from years of undernourishment, and my hair falling out. I want you to leave. He nodded to himself, as if having come to some decision. Then he unbolted the front door. I rushed over and locked it behind him. When I heard the engine of a motorbike fade away, I finally let out the breath I'd been holding. I slowly climbed back upstairs, feeling my way in the darkness, my legs threatening to buckle beneath me. I collapsed on the floor of the attic with relief and tried to quieten my shallow breathing, listening for that old familiar sound, the reassuring presence of my books around me. Perhaps I imagined it, but I thought I could hear a soft wind and gentle pats, like snow falling against the window. In the gloom I spotted a book with Little Women on the spine. I closed my eyes, and I was in concord with Jo Marsh and her family, and even the thought of it brought warmth to my skin. The words were working a magic spell to give me refuge and reawaken my soul to the person I was before all the badness happened. The next evening there was a knock at the front door. I ignored it, yet the knocking persisted. No one knew I was here. I was weak with exhaustion and hunger, but I heaved myself up to the attic window and looked down onto the street. There was a motorbike. And standing in front of my shop was Josef Wolf, the German soldier, with what looked like a large pine branch and packages under his arms. He was stamping his feet, trying to stave off the cold. He couldn't see me inside, for all was dark, but I could see him clearly. The light stubble on his jawline, his eyes scanning the street. I hesitated for a moment, then walked wearily down to the door and opened it. You should not be alone. Es ist Heiligabend. Christmas Eve. He stepped inside and left the packages and the giant tree branch in the middle of the floor, then went back outside. All I could do was watch as he returned with a box and closed the door after him. He squatted down and, opening the box, took out candles and lit them. He looked for somewhere to place them, and I gestured towards the stairs. I was too tired and hungry to argue. Then he opened another package, which had food. Bread, cheese, meat. I went and grabbed the bread out of his hand and began ripping pieces with my fingers and shoving it in my mouth. I was like a wild animal, my eyes wide, my jaws chewing rapidly. I sat on the last step, still wrapped in my blanket, and watched as he unwrapped more items. A bottle of wine. Apples. Neither of us spoke a word. He wandered around the shop and found an empty crate, which he turned upside down and used as a seat beside the stove. He snapped the branch into small twigs against his knee and used the old paper to start a fire. The wood was too new to burn well, but the flames instantly made me feel warmer, and the smell of pine was sweet and comforting. He ate also, but sparingly. He peeled the skin off the apple and gave the carved flesh to me. He opened the bottle and handed it to me. I'm not sure how long it was before I spoke. Why are you here? He looked up from under his blonde hair. "I am a prisoner of war," he said, with a flourish, as though he were announcing that he had royal blood. "The Irish government are very kindly detaining us at one of their camps in Kildare. But if you're a prisoner, why am I not in prison? Because we are permitted to leave during the day. I am completing my studies at Trinity University." "You can't be serious." I tried to laugh, but the muscle was stiff from lack of use. "Ireland is a neutral country. We are something of a nuisance for them." I ate some more cheese and helped myself to another cup of wine. He seemed pleased that I was accepting his charity. "I didn't know it was Christmas Eve," I said. He was sitting quietly, carving something out of a piece of wood. He didn't look up. It was strange, being in someone's company, yet not being required to talk. I leaned back against the wall, and for the first time since I had arrived, looked at my old shop. What had gone on here since I left? Who had emptied it? Where was Matthew? What should I do now? I felt myself growing drowsy with the food and the warmth. Sleep came quickly and deep. I dreamed of my father taking me to Christmas Mass as a little girl, and the strains of Silent Night filling the vaulted space of the church. I woke up with a start. Music. There was a record playing. I scanned the room and saw that Joseph was still there, the Victrola on the floor beside him playing the carol that was in my dream. He was leaning back against the wall, his eyes focusing on an invisible memory that softened his face. Perhaps he was dreaming of childhood too. Then, almost inaudibly, he began to sing. Stille Nacht, Stille Nacht. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. His low voice, breaking in parts, was so full of tenderness that I thought I would cry. The crackling of the record was all that was left as the violins faded away. "Happy Christmas," I said, stirring him from his reverie. His eyes widened briefly, and when he looked at me, he gave me a half-smile. "Frohe Weihnachten." After a moment's pause, he got up and with a curt bow, turned to leave. "Fog," he said. His back turned to me. "I'm sorry?" "You are wondering how I ended up here. Fog. And engine problems." He turned back and lit another cigarette. "We took off from Bordeaux. It was the end of the summer, last year. 6 of us crew flying a Condor for weather reconnaissance. All of that time I was wasting away behind barred windows. The world had been at war. We had to ditch somewhere along the south coast. Policemen found us, took us to the internment camp, and I have stayed there since." "I see. It's not so bad. You see, we have much freedoms. You were fighting for that madman Hitler." He blew cigarette smoke skyward and grunted bitterly. "You think we had a choice?" I shook my head. I didn't know. I thought of Lyndon then. The rumours about the shootings for cowardice. "I suppose all Germans were conscripted. I'm not German." A car drove by and the lights dazzled me. I got to my feet. "Perhaps I should get back," he said. He bowed curtly before unbolting the door. "I'm Austrian. Good evening, Fräulein." Over the following weeks, Herr Wolf began to leave little parcels of food and wood for fuel in the basement. I never saw him arrive or leave. I would simply see a package wrapped in brown paper with a large W written on a blank note. There was even a package with some worn but perfectly functional clothing, wherever he had managed to source it. As I regained my strength, my desire to reclaim my old life grew, the life that Lyndon had tried to take away from me. But that required finance, and the only thing I owned that was worth anything was the Bronte manuscript. And so I did something rash. I wrote to Abe Rosenbach. I told him of the provenance, and that there was no doubt in my mind the manuscript was a draft of Emily's second novel. He was one of the most powerful men in the book world and the richest. He would take the risk. So I dangled the opportunity in front of him with a carefully worded letter, before finding the courage to complete the second part of my task: finding Matthew and my manuscript.
Can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking to speak with Mr. Fitzpatrick. Matthew Fitzpatrick.
I'm afraid Mr. Fitzpatrick no longer works here. Can someone else be of assistance?
I fidgeted with my hands, and then shoved them deep into my pockets. Matthew had been my one constant from the moment I arrived in Dublin. When I thought of him, I thought of things being right. Now everything felt wrong again.
Madam, can I help you with anything?
Where is he? I mean, when did he leave?
I'm not permitted to give out private information.
My only friend from the past was no longer here. And what did that mean for my manuscript? I had to believe that Matthew would have kept it safe for me. It's just that he was keeping something of significant value for me, and I've come to claim it.
I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but I suppose it doesn't make much difference now. Mr. Fitzpatrick, Matthew, was killed just over a year ago.
I could hardly speak. But that's not possible. She was telling the wrong story, a story about somebody else. There must be some mistake.
The Germans had just begun bombing London.
No, that can't be right. Matthew wasn't a soldier. He wasn't in the army.
I'm sorry. I know it's difficult. He was visiting family there. It was simply a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I couldn't make sense out of it. All this time he was gone, and I hadn't even known. My time at St. Agnes's was still stealing things from me. I felt completely robbed of everything I'd known.
If you could give me your name, I will check the records and see if there's anything outstanding in his files,
she suggested, softer now that she could see my distress. Yes, Opaline Carlyle, or perhaps Grey, I'm not sure. She checked and rechecked. There was nothing. Wherever he had put my manuscript, he had not left a paper trail. It was as I would have wanted. Total secrecy. But neither of us had known then what was to come. Now I had no way of getting it back. And in that moment, I no longer cared. Joseph visited again and helped me to unpack what remained in the attic. I found more of my belongings, some boxes with my books neatly packed inside, and one of the old mechanical bird music boxes belonging to Mr. Fitzpatrick. It was broken. There's nothing more sad than a tuneless bird, I said, and put it aside. When I looked up, he was staring at me, thoughtfully. You must open the shop again. The wooden shelves seemed to whine a plaintive sound. He might as well have suggested I fly to the moon. I couldn't possibly. Why not? It was always so simple for men. Just do this or that, whatever you please. For one thing, no one is supposed to know I'm here. My prison is far stricter than yours, and if anyone found out, the thought of going back there... I hadn't realised I was shaking. He put down what he was doing and came to me, putting his arms around me. I was a little stunned at the proximity, but it felt overwhelmingly good to have human contact again. Kindness. He broke away before I did. I'm sorry. Don't be. After a moment, we both smiled. It's a shame, he continued, opening another box of books. It must have been a wonderful shop. It was. I closed my eyes for a moment and tried to remember how it once looked. To feel the warmth of customers coming inside and finding the one thing they didn't know they were looking for. Could I do it? Could I afford not to? Without my manuscript to sell, I had no way of providing for myself. I couldn't keep relying on Joseph's charity. It was sheer luck that he had helped me in the first place. He saved my life. Perhaps he was right. What was the point in gaining my freedom, only to remain locked inside? I would have to be careful, I said. And his broad smile gave me a tickle of hope. The shop began trading quietly and without fanfare. I simply opened the door, and invariably people began to wander inside. I used the money from whatever sold to begin restocking the shop properly, as well as stocking my larder. I could even afford some essential items that now seemed like luxuries. I bought soap, undergarments, and a brand new pair of shoes. I began to see a way forward again. I suppressed my worries about being found out. As long as Lyndon believed I was still in St. Agnes's and Dr. Lynch kept receiving the money, they would have no reason to bother me. Little by little, I returned to myself, bruised, but still intact. And that was more than some. Reliance is something that happens without you noticing it. In the weeks that followed the shop's reopening, I grew to lean on Joseph and his quiet, dependable ways. He asked nothing of me, and sometimes I couldn't quite work out why he returned, day after day, without ever questioning the past or the future. Perhaps it was because he was not one to discard broken things. I discovered that about him the day he arrived at the shop with the tiniest tools I had ever seen, rolled up in a satchel. Where did you get those? From the clock repairman. Is not far from here. He said it as though it were perfectly obvious that a prisoner of war could wander into town and borrow some tools from a neurologist and fix an antique music box belonging to a woman who had just escaped a madhouse. I couldn't help but giggle, which utterly bemused him, though he didn't ask. He never asked. He just went about his work. Do you know what you're doing? I asked him, before setting out for groceries, now that I had some money again. In Salzburg, I used to repair organs. I shook my head, unable to assimilate this new information. What do you mean? For the church, he said, gently unscrewing the casing from underneath the gold-plated box. You used to repair church organs, I repeated. And he nodded, without making eye contact. As a boy, with my father. Then I studied mechanics at Göttingen University. I like fixing things, he said, a broad smile stealing across his face. How had someone like him ended up on a Luftwaffe airplane, crash-landing in Ireland? Perhaps for the first time, I began to wonder if he had killed anyone. He had been stationed in occupied France. I watched his eyes flicker keenly over the minute workings inside the music box and how he gently removed the little automaton bird that sat on top. His hands were smooth. Long fingers with clean, precisely cut fingernails. His blonde hair had grown long at the front, and without the gel he once used. It slipped into his eyes, and he shook his head to dislodge it. Sitting in my shop, he looked perfectly at home, He had brought 2 old wooden chairs and a table from who knew where. Joseph just had a knack for finding what was needed. Nothing ostentatious, but simple and efficient. He made me laugh without meaning to. In fact, that was how he seemed to exist in the world. Just making it better, without meaning to. Dublin, 1944. I'm to be repatriated. Joseph stood in the doorway, rigid from head to foot in his uniform. When? Now. His voice betrayed no emotion. I nodded as if this information was perfectly fitting. Surely some part of me had expected this. Nothing lasted forever, and his precarious position here was clear to us both. And yet, we had created a bubble of existence where the outside world and its changing winds could not penetrate. Until now. I was holding a book that had constantly tumbled from its space on the shelf, no matter where I put it or how snugly it fit between its neighbours. The Count of Monte Cristo, by Alexandre Dumas. I clung to it now, trying to find some kind of steadiness. Is there someone waiting for you? In Austria? I had never asked. Truth be told, I had not wanted the answer before now. But now it was time to face reality. Perhaps it would help me let him go. My father? There is no one else. He looked at me, and I could see in his eyes what his words meant. I ran to him, threw my arms around his neck, and buried my face in his chest. It was the first time we had even touched, and so it should have felt unfamiliar. But it didn't. It felt like the only place I ever wanted to be. He hesitated at first, but after a moment's pause, he encircled me with his arms, and I could feel his warm breath on my neck. I pulled back to look at his face. His eyes looked straight into mine and held all of my world within them. Mein Liebling, he said. All of this time we had kept our distance from one another. I suddenly realized that, at least for my part, it was purely out of a fear of losing another person that I loved. I had fooled myself into thinking that if I didn't allow myself to get close to him, I wouldn't miss him if he left. Stupid, stupid woman. Intimacy is only one string on the bow. The instrument still plays the music. He took my hands in his, turned my palms upwards, then lifted them to his face, one on each cheek. Then he took each one and kissed them. The sadness that always seemed to tug at the corners of his mouth was still there, but there was something else. A vulnerability he had not let me see before. It felt like time had slowed, just for this moment, as if he wasn't being whisked away from my life. I tilted my head upwards and let my lips linger next to his. I could feel his breath, and watched as he let his eyes close. I brushed my lips ever so slightly around his mouth, then kissed the corners, that would curl in a smile when he thought I wasn't looking. His arm pressed tightly against my lower back, and when I could no longer hold back, I let myself melt into him. We felt like one person. And I knew that no matter what happened, I had met my true soulmate. And maybe that was enough. Just knowing he was out there, breathing, living, would have to be enough. I couldn't watch him leave. It was only when the engine of his motorbike faded that I went back out onto the street. Empty, once again.
Chapter 50. Martha. Have you read the end of the book? I blinked at Henry's message on my phone. The sun wasn't even up yet. Had he spent all night reading it? I texted back. No. I mean, I'd peeked ahead. Everyone does that, don't they? But it's hard to make sense of an ending when you don't have all the facts. A Place Called Lost was the story of a building that may never have existed in real life, and a potential custodian who was most likely a fictional character. The one thing it hadn't mentioned was the one thing Henry was desperate to find: the manuscript. The manuscript, I whispered to myself. The leaves on the tree shimmered and shook as I said it. I stretched my arm up over my head and touched the wood, so familiar to me now. How could I even begin to explain it to him when I couldn't even explain it to myself? We arranged to meet up later and speak in person. Another bittersweet conversation where I would pretend that I hadn't fallen in love with him. I groaned loudly and got up to prepare Madame Bowden's breakfast. I took my frustration out in the kitchen, banging saucepans and plates, and brought a plate full of sausages and scrambled eggs to the dining room table. I finally decided that I would tell her about Opaline's book and the documents we'd stolen from the asylum. I was glad Henry had given them to me, but he was right. It did not make for happy reading. To have lost her daughter in that awful place, she must have wanted revenge on her brother. I know I would have. I thought of Shane and his accident. Madame Bowden had hardly flinched. Something was tugging at my mind, and I wondered why she hadn't come down for breakfast yet. Every morning she was the one to wake me with her shrill voice and endless demands. What if there was something wrong with her? With every step I climbed, I told myself I was being stupid and that she was just having a nice long lie-in, but I didn't really believe it. I knocked on the door to her bedroom and, after a moment, let myself in. My eyes adjusted to the scene. Her bed had not been slept in, and she herself was nowhere to be seen. "Madame Bowden," I called out. "Are you there?" The door to the ensuite was slightly ajar, but on further inspection it was empty. "Hello?" I called out onto the landing, but the house had such an air of stillness that I knew I was alone. I checked downstairs for a note, but there was nothing. Of course she did not have a mobile phone, so I couldn't call her. She refused to have her daily movements monitored by technology companies. I wasn't sure what to do and spent the morning wandering from room to room, looking out of the windows at the street outside every few minutes. "Do you have any of her friends' numbers that you could call?" my mother asked when the worry became too much and I had to call someone. "I can't remember any of their names, and there's no address book or anything." It was only now I realised that I knew so little about the woman. Should I call the police? What if she's wandered off somewhere and forgotten where she is? "Has she ever seemed forgetful?" my mother asked. "Well, no, but you saw her when you were here. She is pretty old." "I didn't see her." Her answer seemed out of place, like trying to force a cube into a round hole. "What are you saying? Of course you saw her. I introduced you both when you were here the other day." After a pause, my mother spoke again. "She wasn't there when I stopped by, remember?" My flesh broke out in goosebumps. What the hell was going on? I almost jumped when I heard the doorbell ring. "Maybe that's her now," I said, rushing to open the door, but it was Henry. "You may as well come in," I said, then told my mother I would call her back. He looked a bit fidgety, like something was bothering him. We both spoke at the same time. "I found something out. Madame Bowden is missing." His eyes flashed wide. "Missing?" "I went to wake her for breakfast and her bed hadn't been slept in." "Oh." His tone was annoyingly dismissive. "What was it you wanted, anyway?" I hadn't meant it to come out as sharp as it did. "Doesn't matter now. Another time, perhaps." He reached into the breast pocket of his coat. "I brought your book back," he said, leaving it on the console table. He hovered in the hallway. "You're really worried, aren't you?" I shrugged. She'd become like family to me. I have to keep busy, I said, pulling a pair of rubber gloves out of my back pocket like some kind of cleaning superhero. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. I expected him to leave, but he began shaking himself out of his jacket. Okay, what are we doing? What do you mean? Well, I'm not going to leave you on your own, am I? Got any more of those? He asked, looking at my gloves. I took out all of the silver and laid it on the kitchen table, Henry at one end, me at the other. At quarter-hour intervals, I would look up at the clock and feel my worry growing. We hardly spoke until he offered to make some tea. I didn't notice him leaving the cup beside me, and I knocked it off the table with my elbow. The sound of the china smashing on the tiled floor made me want to scream. I wanted him to get the hell out and leave me alone to cope. Having him around only reminded me of all the things I couldn't have. I got up to get a mop and a dustpan. It's okay, I'll do it, he offered. I'll be quicker doing it myself, I snapped. He stepped backwards, holding his hands up in surrender. I attacked the spilt tea and broken crockery with all of my pent-up anger and managed to cut myself. Next thing I knew, he was bending down beside me. Here, let me help, he said, attempting to wrap my hand. It's fine. He sat back on the floor. You can let people in sometimes, you know. You don't have to do everything on your own. I wasn't about to take advice on how to heal my trust issues from him, of all people. The man who'd run away from every relationship in his life. I got up and found a box of plasters in one of the cupboards before sitting back down at the table. You can talk to me, you know. We're all friends, aren't we? He was leaning against the fridge. I hate this job. No, you don't. I do. I hate this stupid job. I don't know why I ever came here, and I hate my night course and every reminder of what I missed out on. I struggled to open the wrapper on the plaster, but my thoughts kept running on. Just when I think I've got a handle on things, my life is turned upside down again, and I don't even understand what any of it means. Why that book appeared in my room and seems to be talking to me. How Shane died in this house, as if by accident, but it didn't make any sense. Then my mother beginning to speak again, only to tell me that she was adopted, and so nothing is what I thought it was. And now, Madam Bowden, I know you think I'm overreacting, but something doesn't feel right. None of this is normal, I said, my hands shaking. I threw the plaster on the floor and gave up. But you know what I hate most? I turned to look at Henry, who was just standing there, letting me throw out the jumbled contents of my head. I hate how hard I've had to fight against what I really want because I'm so scared of getting hurt again. There was a moment of silence where I almost regretted saying everything out loud. What do you really want? I looked up at him, tears in my eyes. You! We collided as if our lives depended on it. He swept me up in his arms and kissed me in a way that held nothing back. My entire life focused down to this point, like adjusting the lens of a microscope to find the one thing that matters most. Love.
Chapter 51. Henry. We lay in Martha's single bed, every inch of our skin touching. The wall between us had crumbled with every heart-sore word she spoke in the kitchen, like an exorcism of the past. The truth shall set you free, that's what they say. We were both laid bare now, and I knew then and there that she was my destiny. Every stupid, seemingly pointless, difficult, lonely, challenging thing I had done in my life before this had led me here, to Halfpenny Lane. Are you okay? I felt her head nodding against my chest, and I pulled her even closer into me. My heart felt 10 times its usual size. I felt like I could lift a car if I needed to. Probably best not to try, but the feeling was there, nonetheless. "There's something I never told you," I said. "Oh, God, you're not engaged to somebody else, are you?" "Very funny. I'll engage you in a minute if you're not careful." "If you're not careful, I might say yes." "Did we just get married?" She laughed, a little hoarsely, directly into my ear, which was ridiculously sexy. "I might give the whole marriage thing a miss for a while, I think, if that's okay." "Same." She rested her chin on my chest, waiting for the thing I'd never told her. Here went nothing. "I've been in the bookshop." "What bookshop?" "The bookshop, next door." She shook her head slightly, trying to make sense of my words. "It exists, Martha. Or at least it did, for a time, the night I arrived in Ireland." "You've seen it?" I nodded. "Why didn't you tell me?" I pulled my "why do you think" face. "You already thought I was a weirdo." "That's not true," she said, laughing again. "I thought you were a perv." "Well, there you are. I didn't want to be a perv and a weirdo. Might have blown my chances with you altogether." "Are you saying you fancied me right from the start?" "Fishing for compliments." She rolled over and pretended she was going to get up. I hauled her back until she was lying on top of me, and I felt a desire for her aching through my body. "I think I knew from the moment I saw you." She kissed me softly, and let her fingers run through my hair. It was like a dream I never wanted to wake from. After all of the times I'd had to leave this house knowing she would never be mine, it hardly seemed real. "Wait a second," she said, lifting herself up on her elbows and, annoyingly, removing her lips from mine. "Why do you think the shop chose you to see it?" I'm not sure it chose me." It was hard to think rationally while lying naked in bed with this woman. Besides, for the longest time, I'd thought it was a drunken mirage, if such a thing existed. She sat up now and wrapped the sheet around her. It seemed we were taking a break. "The book. A place called Lost. I just assumed Madame Bowden had put it in here." "Along with your tree?" She made a face at me. My sarcastic tone was wearing thin. "I told you none of it makes sense. This might sound crazy." "Crazier than seeing a shop that doesn't exist?" She looked at me with her head tilted, as though sizing me up. "The manuscript. It's really important to you, isn't it?" Was she still doubting my motivation here? I began to explain myself, but she interrupted. "No, I know that's not what this is, but I get that you wanted to prove something." Hearing those words, it all suddenly sounded so superficial. Trying to win the approval of other people, chasing achievements that weren't really achievements at all. It's not as if I wrote anything. I just stumbled across someone else's work and tried to find my own worth in some kind of second-hand glory. Maybe I had it all wrong. Maybe it was time I tried to earn my own respect instead of everybody else's. Finding the manuscript would have been... I paused, searching for the right word. Immense. But in a strange way, uncovering the truth about Opaline and her bookshop, and last but not least, meeting the perfect partner with the kind of laugh that makes my heart race, has sort of surpassed that. Are we partners? I'd like to be. Okay. With that, she turned her back to me. What are we doing? Is this some kind of mating ritual? Do I turn my back? She was laughing again. The words, Henry. Her tattoo. Of course. I leaned closer, but couldn't make out the writing. Shit. What is it? I think I might need glasses. She bent towards her nightstand and fished out a magnifying glass from the drawer. I tried not to feel like an aging tortoise. The script began, Renville Hall is a spectre that haunts us all from one generation to the next, crushing every dream, every aspiration in its path. This ground is cursed, as is the lineage of each and every child born here. I am born into darkness, and no amount of atonement will grant me the saving light I have sought in her, my darling Rosaline. Darkness will reign on this place until my last breath, and beyond. I wasn't sure what I had expected since seeing Martha's tattoo the first time, but I know I had not expected this.
Can you see the date?
I searched with my magnifying glass and saw the numbers 1846. What is this? She turned around to look at me, her eyes wide and solemn.
I've never told anyone about this. I never really understood it. I mean, why it was happening, until I saw that photograph of Opaline.
She reached back and grabbed her phone off the nightstand, pulling up an image of the old photograph we'd found of Opaline at St. Agnes's, before handing it to me. "What am I looking for?" I asked, taking the phone.
Look at her skirt.
I zoomed in and saw something I'd missed before. There were stitches on the material.
Words,
she said, prompting my brain to kick into gear.
A story. The same one that's on my skin. She sewed it into her clothes.
What the... I looked at her back again and saw the initials at the end. E.J.B. My scalp tingled, and it felt like my hair was standing on end.
Henry, I think this is Emily Bronte's manuscript.
Chapter 52. Opaline. London, 1946. Inspired by the Count of Monte Cristo, I spent months searching for information and came across a newspaper article about a soldier's family who believed he had been wrongly executed for cowardice. They named the unit. It was my brother's. I had my lead. All I had to do was follow it. I uncovered damning court-martial papers from 2 trials held in Ypres, where 50 men had been sentenced to death by firing squad, or murdered, depending on your viewpoint. Just days before the armistice was signed, and in full knowledge that the Germans were about to surrender, my brother had ordered 2 more men to be shot. I took the papers to a Mr. Turner, a journalist working with the Times, and he agreed to investigate further. From the trial record, it was clear that they were suffering from shell shock. In Lyndon's own hand, he wrote that shell shock was a regrettable weakness not found in good units. "There is insufficient evidence for a conviction," he'd written. Yet he recommended a death sentence in order to send a message to the battalion, who had suffered great losses the day before. There was no mention that it was the general's military strategy that had led to these wasted lives. One was an Irish soldier, Frank O'Dowd, who was shot for refusing to put his hat on because it was wet through from the endless rain. He was drugged by a doctor to get him through the final hours in the death cells. Mr. Turner had been able to contact the medic, who confirmed that O'Dowd was a volunteer soldier. They couldn't see brave men when they were standing there in front of them, the medic had told him. He also confirmed that once the firing squad had finished, my brother gave the Irishman the final coup de grace, a bullet to the head. I spent the night at the Great Western Royal Hotel in Paddington. Unlike so much of London, it had made it through the war relatively unscathed, with some minor air raid damage to the roof. It was strange being back home. I no longer felt a part of the fabric, and the people seemed strange to me, different somehow. The war had robbed them of so much. In that I should have felt a kind of solidarity, But my war had been a very different one. I met with Mr. Turner for lunch, and he handed me a copy of the article they would print in the paper the following day. I read the article. It was powerful. Turner was an exceptional journalist, and rather than making a pantomime villain out of my brother, or a monster capable of terrible evil, he presented him as a very real man who had chosen brutality over human decency. This somehow made him more real, more accountable for his crimes. "No going back now," he said, tipping his hat to me before disappearing into the crowd on the street. "There is an old saying, before you set out on a journey of revenge, you must dig 2 graves," said a woman's voice, deepened by time and wisdom, yet unmistakably that of my old friend Jane. "Jane!" I cried, embracing her tightly. I had written and asked if she would meet me in the hotel lobby. "Confucius said that," she warned, fearing the endeavour would somehow destroy me too. "Are you sure you want to go through with this? I need to own my own story, to take back my power." I realised now that I shared another commonality with the families of those dead soldiers. I was shamed into silence, ashamed of what had happened to me, of how I had somehow let it happen to me, and of how people would look on me now as some sort of damaged woman. I felt tainted by it. Other than Yosef's quiet and humble company, I had isolated myself from the world because of it. Was I ready to return? Maybe not. But then, does one ever feel truly ready? All I knew was that in that moment I had suffered enough in my silence. At least the pain of speaking out might bring me courage. The world needs to know who Lyndon Carlyle really is. I offered up my own story. Commanding Officer Carlyle, the Reaper, had his own sister locked up in an asylum for the insane. "Good grief, will your editor print it?" Jane asked. "It's something of an old boys' network at the Times. What Lyndon did to me doesn't count, apparently." "That's absurd." Mr. Turner was of the view that any hint of mental weakness could tarnish my reputation and detract from the real story. His words. "Perhaps he has a point," Jane mused, chewing her lip. "Lyndon might use it to his advantage." "I suppose you're right. One last sacrifice to see justice done." I had set events in motion now. There was no turning back. Was I scared? Of course I was. Yet the story had now become so much bigger than me. I felt responsible to act on behalf of all those who would never have the opportunity to get justice for what my brother did to them. I would restore some integrity to the Carlyle name. I felt it was what my father would have wanted also. The time had come. I had to confront him face to face. As the evening grew dark, I made my way to my erstwhile family home. The air was still and quiet, my footsteps on the pavement the only sound, save for the blood pounding in my ears. I came to the front gate of the house. How much smaller everything looked. I knocked on the door, and in the moments while I waited, I tried to imagine myself as a very tall, strong-rooted tree. I let the muscles in my shoulders release and focused all of my energy into the centre of my belly. That's where the fire burned. And I knew I would need to draw on it now, with precision and fierceness. A woman answered. "Mr. Carlyle," I said, plainly. "Is he expecting you?" "If he is not, then he is a fool." The woman looked puzzled, then went to deliver the message. I didn't wait for an invitation into my own home. I closed the door behind me and followed her across the parquet hall to the parlour. "Excuse me, madam, you must wait here." "I've waited long enough," I said, pushing past her with ease. He was having his supper at the table, and almost choked on his soup when he saw me. What the devil? Surprised to see me, brother? He didn't speak another word. He hated being seen to be at a disadvantage. He would wait to see the lie of the land before planning his counter-attack. I was not prepared for how much older he would look, older than his years. He had become frail, his skin papery and thin, and frightfully red around his scars. His hands were arthritic, curling into themselves, and he was practically bald. You're wondering why I am here and not in my cell at St. Agnes's. He patted the corner of his mouth with a napkin and placed it on the table. The woman who had answered the door still hovered around me like a fly in summer until he waved her away. How did she do it? You must be thinking to yourself. And what of Dr. Lynch? He still takes your money every month, does he not? He narrowed his eyes and stood up from the table. For all his weakness, he could still command himself like an officer. It took all of my will not to step back. How dare you show your face here? I could almost feel his breath on my skin. He stood so close to me. I'm not afraid of you any more. What more could you do to me? Shall we find out? I held his gaze. I wanted to strike out, but I had something greater than violence in my armory. You wanted to erase me? That little girl, father's favourite. Well, allow me to congratulate you. That girl no longer exists. The woman that stands before you now is a very different creature, one who is also bent on destruction, namely yours. Am I to be moved by this spectacle? Because I assure you I am not. I paced around him like a lioness around her prey. Within hours, the whole world will know what you have done. The ink is soaking into the paper as we speak. What paper? What are you talking about, woman? The Times. They were very interested in your past, especially your nickname, the Reaper. I saw a flicker of concern. Paper will take any ink regardless of its veracity, and you will only reveal yourself as a dim-witted fool who belongs in a sanatorium. Ah, yes, you have me there. Unjust as it is, I knew my story alone wouldn't be enough to ruin your reputation. Tarnish it, perhaps, but not the annihilation I seek. No, Lyndon, the morning papers will be full of your crimes on the battlefield and those men you murdered under the guise of cowardice. Most of the records were destroyed, but I have gathered enough evidence of your despicable acts to make you a pariah in the eyes of everyone you know, and an enemy to everyone else. His eyes widened momentarily. Those pitiful excuses for men did not deserve to wear the uniform. They were a disgrace to their families, to their country. I have proof that the men you shot were not deserters. Witnesses who were prepared to go on record that you murdered those men. Their families deserve justice. I gave them justice. His voice boomed like a cannon from his ribcage. It's just as I suspected. You are truly mad. We were all just pieces on a chessboard to him, inconsequential pieces to be moved around at his will. Well, it takes one to know one. Besides, they were conscripts, not real soldiers. I knew he was baiting me. Some of them were just boys. Did you know that? So yes, perhaps they panicked in the face of all that death, but they were not deserters. Oh, please, Opaline, do tell us more about your experience of life on the battlefield. Enlighten me with your knowledge of such matters. I know that it is not my right to be judge and juror over someone else's life. Shall I tell you of the thousands that died of exposure that winter? Still more from cholera, the indescribable suffering of millions of the Empire's best men lying in those mud trenches for weeks, in rain, cold, wind, hungry and weary under the constant rain of the enemy's bullets. The terrible booming and slaughter that carried on ceaselessly, The dead and wounded cleared away for new soldiers to face an enemy better armed and better prepared. Showers of black mud raining down on the wild, primitive countryside. 20,000 men were killed on the first day at the Somme. It was as if the last day had come, and every man had to face it with only the comrade at his side for support. In the trenches they ate when food could reach them, starved when it could not. There they killed and were killed, were buried in shallow graves half-eaten by rats. And they were the lucky ones. I hadn't expected this. He had never spoken about the war before now, and if he had, perhaps things could have been different. Still, it doesn't excuse. None of us could escape the horror of it. We had to defend king and country, so I did what I had to do. What? Killing your own soldiers before the enemy could? By making an example of their cowardice. Armies are ruled by fear. Do you think those men that volunteered understood the carnage that lay ahead of them? Don't you think that every man out there wished with every fibre of their being that they could leave that hellish place? What do you think keeps men marching forward to their death? I didn't know. Duty. Honour. Those weasels that you now seem so bent on protecting had neither of those things. They were out-and-out cowards. If you truly believe in honour, then you will know somewhere in your heart, or if you do not possess one, which I doubt you do, then in your conscience, that you were wrong. The families of those men have carried the shame for too long, and for what? Even if those men felt fear in the face of a formidable enemy, is it a crime punishable by death? You could have pardoned them. Most commanding officers did. But not you. Why must you crush anyone who does not meet your exacting standards? Why must you humiliate and torment? Enough. He walked away from me and poured himself a drink from the crystal decanter. I tried to steady myself, although my legs were shaking and I longed for a drink also. It's always your pain, your suffering. You never think about anyone else. I didn't even bother replying. There was little point. Can't you imagine for a moment the suffering I have endured from this? He pointed to the side of his body that was burned. He took various bottles of pills from his pockets and threw them on the table. They barely touch the surface, he said. Calmly now. I did my duty out there. I put my body on the line. And what did I get in return? They gave you medals, didn't they? Huh. Medals. I wanted respect. I wanted a future, a family. No woman would come near me when she saw this. I could no longer provide a wife with children in any case. A useless specimen. I had to beg for a job. Do you know how humiliating that was? The one thing I asked you to do. Marry Bingley? I asked. And there you were, flaunting your freedom in front of me. The freedom I paid for. Lyndon, if only you had spoken of this before, I could have helped. What could you have done? You were only good for one thing, and you wouldn't even obey me in that. Obey you? I almost laughed at the thought. What right did he have? He always acted like he had authority over me, and I suppose our age difference normalised his behaviour. Not anymore. You make it sound as though I owe you something, and believe me, brother, I owe you nothing. You owe me everything. You would be dead if it weren't for me. What on earth are you talking about? Your mother wouldn't keep you. To this day I still can't be certain you're even mine. French slut. It was as though I had wandered into someone else's conversation. His words didn't make any sense to me. My mother. He walked to the sideboard, picked out a cigar from a silver box, and lit it with a round marble lighter. His eyes narrowed as he sucked, and eventually blew smoke into the still air. You may as well know now, Mother and Father are both dead. Your grandparents. I shook my head. None of this sounded right. I'm not going to listen to this madness, I said, turning to leave. Not so keen on the truth now, eh? I stopped dead. I thought you were here to set the record straight, to bring all of my past transgressions into the light. Well, you may as well know all of it then. I felt nauseated. There was a sickening feeling creeping up my veins and into my chest. I realised I knew what he was going to say. Had somehow always known somewhere deep inside of me, but never allowed myself to see it. And when that cheap rag of a newspaper prints your version of events tomorrow, you will know that you have betrayed your own father. I turned around and looked him dead in the eyes. No, I said, shaking my head again. You can't be. We were touring Europe the summer of 1900. My grandmother, your great-grandmother, paid for the trip. I was with some of my friends from university doing the grand tour, as was the custom for a young man. I was 20 years of age, much like yourself, when you made your own escape to the continent. I hated that he was comparing us. I was nothing like him. We were visiting the French Riviera. She made herself available to me. Shut up! I covered my ears with my hands. It was too much. But he came towards me and pulled my arms down by my side. It's the natural order of things, Opaline. Young men must sow their wild oats. But girls like her, they know an opportunity when they see one. Before I left, she came to me, saying that she was pregnant and couldn't afford a child. I told her she would get nothing from me, but she had my name and must have found our address. A year later, she showed up at our door and left you like an unwanted gift on the doorstep. I was crying, but he kept on. I suggested an orphanage, but Father, being the weak-willed man that he was, insisted on keeping you. I wanted nothing to do with it. I had my career in the army. So they brought you up as their own, and you have been the thorn in my side ever since. I had stopped struggling. And so he let my arms go, then walked back to the sideboard and poured 2 large glasses of brandy from a decanter. When he handed it to me, I drank it down in 2 large gulps. Father wasn't my real father. We stood in silence for a time, the dust settling on our words. What was her name? Who? The woman, my mother. How the devil should I know? It's over 40 years ago. Celine or some such. Or was it Chantal? I threw the crystal glass at him, but it hit the sideboard and shattered. You really are despicable. You have no feelings for anyone but yourself. You locked me up in that place for all those years. Did Dr. Lynch know that you were my father? My God, it all makes sense now. I did you a favour. I could see you were heading the same way as your mother, getting pregnant without a ring on your finger. So I got rid of it for you, and what thanks do I get? I was so angry and overwhelmed that it took several moments before I could process what he was saying. How did you know I would lose the baby? What's that? The baby. She was stillborn. You said you got rid of her. But there's no way you could have known that would happen. He poured himself another drink. Lyndon? What have you done? I should have put her in a bag and drowned her like the unwanted kitten she was. I felt a rage inside of me that almost blinded my sight. I dug my nails into the palms of my hands. I wanted to kill him. What in God's name are you talking about? I said, in a low voice I hardly recognised as my own. But she was worth more to me alive. A boy would of course have earned more, but as it was, she made a tidy sum. He looked at me and smiled, laughed at my ignorance, just as he had when we were children and I, the younger sibling, always slower on the uptake. You had no idea, did you? He took a swig of his drink, looking victorious. Good old Paddy kept that secret to himself. I grabbed a knife off the dresser and lunged for him. God help me, Lyndon, if you don't tell me the truth right now, I will carve your eyes out. Steady, old girl, you could injure someone with that. He casually sat back down in his carver chair. I sold her to a couple who were desperate for a child. Lynch arranged the whole thing. Done it before, apparently. She's alive! I could hardly breathe and leaned on the back of one of the dining chairs for support. He made no reply. Something was not playing out as he had predicted. You sound relieved. God, you really have no clue, do you? About what? About what it means to love. I steadied myself for a moment, then realised the extent of his inhumanity. You sold your own granddaughter. I threw Mr. Turner's copy of the article on the table, then turned to leave. Aren't you going to ask me where she is? Would you tell me if I did? He smirked to himself. You know me well, little Opal. The term unsettled me. Only Armand had called me that. After tomorrow, everyone will know you for exactly what you are. I walked out of the room, and somehow kept myself upright. I passed the housekeeper in the hall, who gave me a queer look. I was lost in an endless maze of emotions and memories that no longer seemed to fit anywhere. My daughter was alive. That was all I needed to hold on to. On reaching the front door, I heard the loud report of a gunshot. I halted. Then, I heard a woman's scream. I didn't turn back. I commanded my feet to move, one in front of the other, until I was out in the street, taking the air into my lungs. I knew I had a choice. I could let this awful series of events become my new story, a story I would be condemned to carry with me for eternity. Or I could let it die with him. It was a choice I would have to make every day for the rest of my life.
Chapter 53. Martha. It had grown dark. I felt safe in our little cocoon. It felt like such a relief, letting Henry in, sharing all of the things I no longer wanted to carry on my own. We knew that we had both been drawn here for a reason, something special that gave a shimmering magic to every kiss, every caress. I could hardly believe that he was mine, that those eyes were for me only. He whispered silly things into my neck, searched my skin with his fingers, and most sweetly of all, fell asleep in my arms. Madame Bodin had not returned, and with some strange prescience, I no longer expected her to. Call it intuition, but I guessed that she had always known more about this building than she had let on. She knew more about me, also. Who was she? What had she been testing me for? Had her friends from the dinner party been in on it? Was it all some sort of act? I did not have all the pieces yet, but I could no longer delude myself that my arrival in Halfpenny Lane was purely happenstance. I became aware of something else, something wonderful. I could read Henry again. His stories were as clear to me now as the day we met. Even in his sleep, I was reading the reunion he'd had with his father, and despite the complicated emotions, how much it had meant to him. Maybe it wasn't love that blocked my ability at all. Maybe it was the opposite of love, for myself. To stay with Shane, in spite of how he treated me, I'd had to abandon myself in some way, silence the inner voice that knew something was wrong, ignore the gut feeling that told me I did not deserve this, that my life held so much more potential than becoming someone else's punching bag. I lost my gift of reading Shane when I grew blind to myself and my own needs. Equally, I lost my gift with Henry when I refused to see how much I loved him, how much I needed him. I felt him stirring beside me. His hair, slightly damp against his forehead, smelled of paper and an autumn breeze. I carefully snuck out of bed, trying not to wake him, and slipped upstairs to retrieve my book from the hall table. I sat in one of Madame Bowden's Queen Anne chairs and read the last few pages. Lost is not a hopeless place to be. It is a place of patience, of waiting. Lost does not mean gone forever. Lost is a bridge between worlds, where the pain of our past can be transformed into power. You have always held the key to this special place, but now you are ready to unlock the door. Each person who finds themselves here brings a special gift that if you use it, you can transcend your fears. A story handed down through memory, lives that reveal themselves to you without words, books that breathe their knowledge softly in your ear, mechanical toys that spring to life under kind hands, nostalgia rescued and reborn into a new life. All of these things are the real magic within these walls. There is an energy here that can transform into anything it wants. It has remained hidden from all except the true believers. A tiny seed that still contains all that it once was and can be again. Are you ready to cross the threshold and claim your birthright? My body felt steady and grounded like a tree with deep roots, while my mind was light and flowing in the breeze. This was my journey. While I never would have chosen what happened with Shane, it had led me here in my search for something better. Opaline was right. I felt powerful. Not in an egotistical way, but in a calm, knowing sort of way, like I was finally ready to take ownership of my life. Then I remembered something Henry had said, or rather, had held back. My instincts told me that it was significant. I was ready to know the full truth. "What was it you came to tell me?" I asked, sitting on the bed beside him. He stretched and yawned. "What?" "When you came here today, you said you'd found something." He rested on his elbow and blinked a few times, like a computer restarting. "Oh yes, hang on." He swung his legs out of bed and pulled on his boxers before grabbing his jacket from upstairs. I felt chilled the instant he left and smiled to myself. "It's okay," I whispered. I had to reassure myself that it was safe to have these feelings. It would not be easy learning to trust him. I was only starting to trust myself. "Opaline's baby," he said, bursting back into the flat. "She didn't die at all. They just told her that." He sat on the end of the bed and handed me the time-worn certificate. It was an unofficial adoption record for a baby girl. Her name was recorded as Rose. My God, how could they do that to her? Money, I imagine. It was quite common at the time. Henry squeezed my hand, and I felt so glad that he was there. I couldn't face this alone. "My eyes are playing tricks. Can you read out what the name of the couple is?" "Clohessy. Am I pronouncing that right?" My teeth began chattering from the cold. "Hey, what's up?" he asked, pulling me close and putting his arms around me. "My grandmother was adopted by a couple called the Clohessys.
Chapter 54. Henry. How are you so calm? Your grandmother's name was Rose Clohessy. I mean, how many Rose Clohessys could have been born that year? It's a pretty big coincidence, right? I realised how loud I was being as I paced around her basement flat, in relation to her almost zen-like poise on the bed. I'm not sure if I'd describe what I'm feeling as calm, Henry, she said, unflinching in the face of this monumental twist in her family history. You're processing. Good. Right. Well, this was nuts. I had met the woman of my dreams, only to find out that she carried the missing manuscript of Emily Bronte on her skin, and now, it seemed, was the great-granddaughter of Opaline Carlyle, one of the greatest book dealers of the 20th century. A fact that, up to now, she had been completely unaware of. Wait until I told the faculty about this. I finally had my thesis. That's what you're thinking about? Huh? What? Wait, how did you— I hadn't spoken that part aloud, had I? She got up and pulled on her clothes with an urgency that suggested some activity other than my preferred one. Of course you should write about it. Everyone needs to know Opaline's story, and you're the one to tell it. Okay, how did you know that's what I was— It's a gift, Henry, and I don't plan on hiding it anymore. I tried to pretend that this wasn't unnerving at all, and then immediately tried to not think of anything, lest she pluck it from my brain. The branches of the tree fluttered in an imperceptible breeze, and the door slowly swung open with a theatrical creak. As for Emily's manuscript, no one's going to believe it, are they? She was right. We had no proof that it was real, but we knew, and that was enough. The realization blew me sideways. The recognition didn't seem to matter to me any more. You'll have to settle for being the only one who sees it, she said, kissing me on the cheek. I think I'm okay with that. I was very okay with that. Right. Should we give it a try? She asked, putting on her shoes. Climbing Everest? Dinner at the new Asian place? Apparently I did not share her gift. She batted my arm and gave me that heartwarming smile. Finding the bookshop. You read the last page, didn't you? I tried to summon up the words in my mind's eye. The soul of the night turned upside down. I'm not even sure what it means. The soul of the night? Don't be so literal, she said, with a newfound confidence I'd never seen. It looked good on her. If I am to be the custodian, and everything that has happened since I arrived here has been screaming to tell me that, I need to believe. I've been in denial for so long, I suppose I just never dared hope. She broke off, her voice thick with emotion. I put my arms around her waist and told her to slow down, take a breath. You are so special. Only you can't see it. I bent my head and let my lips touch the softness of her mouth, feeling the sweet scent of her breath pulling me in. I'm just not sure where I fit in, I said, reluctantly breaking away. Stupid thoughts. You're the only one who has seen the bookshop. That has to mean something. It was true. The search for the manuscript had led me here, and now I'd found the treasure I never knew I was searching for. She took my hand and led me upstairs. No light was on, but the rooms were lit by an incredibly large moon shining through the windows. What about Madame Bowden? I asked, as we rounded the ground floor and headed up to the first landing. I don't think she's coming back. Any hint of anxiety had left her voice. What was going on? She stopped for a moment and turned to face me. Would you think it strange? Martha, I said, taking her by the shoulders, I think the strange horse has bolted, don't you? She smiled, and physically shook off whatever last doubts were holding her back.
Apart from us, there isn't one other person who has actually met Madame Bowden. I asked my friends from college. None of them saw her that night at my birthday party. Not even my mother.
Right. Okay. That is strange.
Apart from Shane,
she added, her forehead creasing as she became lost in troubling memories of the past.
Why was that?
She whispered, almost inaudibly to herself. I began to wish I hadn't seen her either. Was she a ghost?
I don't think she's a ghost.
So you're just reading my thoughts at will now, is it? I don't know if I like this. Martha smiled, and assured me her gift wasn't that refined.
I read people's stories, not every single thought. Although sometimes your thoughts are easily readable, she said, stepping closer to me in the darkness.
We kissed again because, well, any opportunity. A small door at the end of the hall, which resembled something you might find at the front of a gnome's house, required both of us to contort ourselves in equally undignified fashion in order to gain entry. Your average attic, where Christmas lay in hiding for 11 months of the year, was illuminated by the milky glow of the moon through half-size windows. Dust sheets covered unknowable shapes, and a cheval mirror at the end of the room reflected another young couple entering the room from a similarly tiny door. I recalled a book I had found at the bottom of a bargain bin in a charity shop near Camden. Something about the memories of buildings and how the walls are infused with them. They never forget what we, as mere mortals, misplace. I hadn't thought of it since, until now.
There's a note,
Martha said, picking up an envelope with her name on it. Martha, I have played many different characters in other people's stories. Your story was my favourite, and this chapter shall be your finest yet. In order for something to exist, you must first believe in it. Invite your heart to see what your eyes cannot. Follow your path, and bring the scholar. I like having him around. B. Is that her handwriting? I asked.
Her?
Yes, Madame Bowden.
I don't think Madame Bowden is the person we thought she was.
What do you mean by that? She put the letter down and breathed in deeply, before smiling to herself.
You never left at all, did you?
I waited for a moment and looked around the small attic space. Who was she speaking to? Truth be told, I felt a mixture of things. Glad to be there with Martha, stupid for hoping that something otherworldly would happen, useless because I clearly had no idea what we were doing. I had done all of the research, but Martha seemed to be able to just feel her way, instinctively. It was like that song, The Whole of the Moon. I spoke about wings. You just flew.
Is that a poem?
No, it's a song, I said, taking her hand. I could not be in the same room and not be close to her. It's about the moon and this guy who's an idiot and a girl who just knows everything.
Sounds just like us.
Exactly. I knew you'd like it. She put her arms around my neck, and we stood there, shuffling a dance with no music.
This isn't all too weird for you, is it?
Her words came out muffled as she spoke into the shoulder of my woolen jumper. If it was, I would have said so when the tree started growing out of your flat. She snorted, which made us both laugh.
I feel like I'm in a dream, she said,
and I concurred. But dreams had a habit of ending. I decided, quietly, that our dream would be different.
There's another door.
She broke free of my arms and rushed to the far end of the room. On closer inspection, there was indeed another door. It was exactly where I thought the cheval mirror had stood, with our reflections inside. I blinked, slowly. Nope, it was a door. No mistaking it. "How are we supposed to see where we're going?" I asked, after about 30 seconds of following her blindly in the dark. We were inside what felt like the eaves of the house. "You're not. You just have to trust me." "But you don't know where you're going either?" I panted, now half crouched, as I just whacked my head on a roof beam. "You once asked me to trust you, and you don't see me moaning about it," she needled. I kept quiet for another minute or so, until it felt as though we were going upstairs. "Just checking that you're aware of ascending, despite being in the attic?" "I'm aware." She reached back and patted the side of my head. It did not help matters. "You remember the book? How it talks about an upside-down stairway?" I did remember it, but I thought it was some kind of sweet fairy tale for kids, not a map for... what, exactly? "Yes, but you don't really believe we're going to find the bookshop?" Her voice seemed to be getting farther away. "You can't find something that was never lost." Great. Even Martha was speaking in riddles now. That was Madame Bowden's influence. And where the hell was she? There was no time to think logically, as the passage grew narrower, and I could feel the skin on my hands being scratched. "Is now a good time to mention that I'm claustrophobic?" I announced, as casually as I could, bravely omitting to comment on the fact that the stairs seemed to be taking us downward now, in a tight spiral. "I think these are the roots of the tree. Don't you?" "Of course they are," I muttered to myself. I mean, it made perfect sense if you had just taken some sort of Class A drug, or if your last name was Pevensey and you had just stumbled into a wardrobe full of fur coats. I suddenly became very aware of my own thoughts, this constant stream of ridicule. As Martha pointed out, wasn't I the one who had walked straight into the bookshop on my first night here? Yet I had immediately dismissed it as some kind of drunken mirage. My mind wouldn't let me believe. Martha suffered no such resistance, and I decided that if I could not necessarily believe, I could at least believe in her. The soul of the night turned upside down. Sorry? That line from the book. It said that you have to trust you will end up exactly where you're meant to be. I feel like I already have, I said, but I wasn't sure if she heard me. No sooner had I spoken the words than I saw a literal light at the end of the tunnel. My heart began to race.
Chapter 55. Opaline, Dublin, 1952. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. I let Emily Dickinson's poetry book fall onto my lap and spied the stained glass windows of the shop, the colours of which now painted the image of a bird and an open cage. I made a kind of pact with the universe that if I kept the door to my heart open, one day my little girl would walk through it. In the meantime, I found an occupation that created the illusion of doing something to bring that day ever closer. I began writing a book. A children's book. A Place Called Lost. I knew there was a strange kind of magic in these walls. Maybe not the kind you'd find in travelling shows or under the big top, but something far subtler than that. I began to switch off the lights, lingering over the task. I had an undefinable sense that something or someone was close. Someone I knew. Someone I loved. But I couldn't trust it. Wouldn't. Even when I heard the knock on the glass door, I didn't turn to look. Couldn't face the disappointment of being wrong. I placed my hands on the desk and let my weight lean against it, squeezing my eyes shut. My heart was disobeying my mind. And without consciously making the decision,
I turned around. He was there. Joseph. The snow falling gently on his head and shoulders. A sigh of relief escaped my lips, and I could have sworn the books on the shelves sighed too. The bookshop had let him in when I first escaped St. Agnes's, and needed him the most. Now he had returned. Everything felt hopeful again. He stepped closer to the window, and I followed. We were separated only by the thinnest pane of glass. My eyes searched his eyes, his lips, his entire frame. Was he real? "Are you going to let me in?" he asked, a lopsided smile on his face. "It's a little cold." I burst out laughing, and it sounded like silver bells to my ears, bells that hadn't rung for years. I opened the door and we both stood at the threshold, the stained glass overhead blooming with flowers. "Are you back for good?" "My father passed away in the autumn." I placed my hand over my heart. "I'm sorry." "I can repair some of the old music boxes that were in the attic. Anything that is broken." "You've already repaired what was broken in this place," I said, rushing into his arms. "So many nights I have dreamed of you and this place," he said, holding me tightly, as though nothing would tear us apart again. "This bookshop is rooted in my heart," I said. "I have to find a way to keep it alive. For my daughter." He pulled back and searched my face for answers. "She's alive. My baby is alive." He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. The joy in his eyes was enough. "Please come inside," I said, finally. All he carried was a large canvas duffel bag with a book poking out of the pocket at the front. Red leather, gilt-edged pages. It was so familiar to me, but so utterly incongruous that I hardly dared to hope. "For you," he said, following my eyeline, and handed it to me. "I found it in an old bookshop in Austria." I took the time-worn book into my hands and felt the magic of childhood rushing back to greet me. I searched for the inscription and gasped when I saw it. Alfred Carlyle, my real father. "How did you?" "Mein Liebling, I beg of you, stop speaking and kiss me."
Chapter 56. Martha. I had the strangest dreams that night. I was walking through an old Italian village, hot and dusty with summertime sunshine. I stepped inside a cool, dark building that was lined floor to ceiling with old books. There was a man there and he handed me a key. Then, as quick as lightning, I was back in Halfpenny Lane. Everything was the same, but different. There was a woman inside, a familiar stranger. She told me that she had been waiting for me, that the shop had been waiting for me also. "Wake up," she said. "Wake up." In the morning light, I could see the light brown strands of Henry's hair on the pillow beside me. If he had been disappointed with not finding the bookshop, he hadn't let on. The narrow passageway led directly back to my flat. It wasn't a secret pathway to another dimension. It was just an old servant's tunnel or something. He took me back to bed and said that he had already found everything he wanted. I had found more than I had ever dreamed of, and yet something felt incomplete. "The tree!" I'm awake, Henry responded to my scream, one eye still shut, his hair standing on end. "It's gone." Okay, the very fact of the tree growing here was odd in the first place, but this is just... What are you doing? I was getting dressed, fast. "Well, aren't you coming?" Henry blinked, then reluctantly pulled on his jeans. I ran up the stairs ahead of him. "Martha, were these words always here on the stairs? Strange things are found," he shouted up, but I had found something stranger still. I had expected to find the hallway of number 12 Halfpenny Lane at the top of the stairs, where it always was. Instead, I found myself standing in a place I had never fully believed existed up to that point. Opaline's bookshop. Daylight streamed in through the glass shop front, creating rays of sunshine, glittering with dust motes falling like confetti. I hardly dared breathe in case the whole thing would evaporate. Slowly, I let my eyes readjust to what was in front of me. There were wooden bookcases from floor to ceiling, lined with soft green moss and with ivy creeping along the edges. Fallen leaves swept silently across the tiled floor, and floating overhead were toy hot air balloons. It felt as though the place had just woken up from a long slumber, like Rip Van Winkle, and was shaking off the years of hibernation. I blinked, but it did not disappear. The scent of warm wood and paper filled the air, along with a sweetness like a golden September apple. It was full of brightly coloured antique books and curiosities, all waiting for our arrival. I'd come home. Henry bumped into me at the top of the stairs and then took in the view.
"Please tell me you're seeing this and I'm not having an episode."
"It's real, Henry." I turned to look at him and smiled. "I'm seeing it, but I can't believe it," he whispered. "How is this possible?" I took a long, deep breath and tried to think of the last lines in Opaline's book. Maybe it was I who was lost all along, and not the bookshop. I reached out for Henry's hand and he clasped it tightly. "We did it," I said. "We found the bookshop." His smile was beautiful and unguarded, like that of a little child. "Look at this," he said, pointing to the stained glass panels at the top of the windows that were like nothing I'd ever seen and yet inexplicably familiar. "Is that—" Henry stepped closer and pointed to a design at the very edge. A woman wearing a long coat and trousers with very short hair, holding hands with a soldier. Epilogue. The rain had eased off outside, and the bank of grey clouds that had huddled over the city like a lumpy duvet was breaking apart and revealing small, irregular windows of blue sky. "Is all of that really true?" asked the little boy, openly stuffing a tea cake in his pocket for later. "Every word," said Martha. She began shuffling the envelopes and letters. It was time to get back to work. "What happened to the house and the old lady?" "Number 12. It's still there. But someone else lives there now." He nodded his head, as though this explanation were perfectly satisfactory. "So, the book told you that you'd become a bookseller?" She thought for a moment. "I suppose it did, in a way." His eyebrows scrunched up in concentration. "What is it?" "I wish I could find a book that would tell me what I'm supposed to do when I'm old." "Older," she corrected. "Besides, I think it's already found you." "What do you mean?" "You already know what you want to become." "Do I?" She nodded her head patiently. "Didn't you feel your heart jump at a certain point in the story when I told you about Matthew Fitzpatrick?" "Oh, that." "Yes, that." He slid off the stool and dragged his feet along the tiled floor, back to where his school bag was abandoned. He hefted it up onto his shoulder, as though it held all the worries of the world within it. "Teacher said it's a silly notion. They're the best kind to have, if you ask me." He gave her a curious look. It was almost as if she was challenging him. Grown-ups hardly ever listened to him, and when they did, they certainly didn't encourage him to believe in silly notions. "The thing about books," she said, "is that they help you to imagine a life bigger and better than you could ever dream of." With that, the bell rang over the shop door, and a tall man with hair falling into his eyes breezed into the shop. He went straight over to Martha and gave her an altogether prolonged smooch on the cheek, which the little boy thought was gross.
What do we have here?
He asked eventually. "Shall we tell him?" Martha asked the little boy. "Shall we tell him who you really are?" He looked a little uncertain at first, then seemed to gain some confidence and puffed out his chest. "I'm a magician," he announced.
Is that so?
Henry asked. "Yes," Martha said. "And for his first trick, he is going to make that magic book he's been reading all morning disappear." She nodded her head for him to retrieve it. "For free?" the little boy asked. "The first one is always free," she replied, and within moments he had it stuffed into his school bag before charging out the front door with Sparks at his heels, and, in the strange morning light, what could have been mistaken for a cape flowing in his wake. "You've done it again," Henry said, sliding his arm around Martha's waist. "Done what, Mr. Field?" "Made someone very, very happy, Mrs. Field." This time, they kissed for so long that they had to close the shop. And that is where the story ends, although they never did find Emily Bronte's manuscript. To this day, it lies hidden inside the vault of an Irish bank, just waiting to become a part of someone else's story.